reimagining water governance for just and sustainable future. We say reimagining water governance because it's not about infrastructure alone or policies or institutions. It is about relationships between states and communities, cities and rivers, power and responsibility. I would like to share a story with you from my experience in the coastal villages of Bangladesh. A woman once told me, water decides my day before I do. Water decides my day before I do. If the pond becomes saline, she has to work farther. If the river floods, work stops. She did not use the word policy or governance, yet she captured the true meaning. Who decides, who adapts, and who bears the cost? This year's conference is taking place at a historic moment. In 2025, Bangladesh became the first country in South Asia to accede to the UN Water Convention, a landmark step towards accountable and cooperative transboundary water governance. This achievement, we would like to share, reflects ActionAid's long-standing advocacy for rights-based, participatory, and transparent water governance, particularly for women, youth, indigenous people, and climate vulnerable communities. At the same time, we know that accession alone is not transformation. Principles must be translated into practices, institutions must become accountable, and people's voice must be meaningfully heard, not consulted at the end, but engaged from the beginning. This is why we would like to begin this conference not with just policy discussions and academic deliberations, but with culture, memory, and storytelling. The opening session we have designed in a way where we have titled it Water Speaks for Water Justice. It highlights the powerful role of art, music, water museums, and community narratives. Water has always spoken through rivers, floods, songs, ragas, and stories. Perhaps a task is to simply listen better. Over the next 2 days, the International Water Conference 11 will explore accountable water governance rooted in rights and participation, urban water futures and reconnect cities with rivers, climate innovation led by communities and youth, transboundary cooperation guided by equity and trust, and the role of culture and education in shaping public action. Our goal is not only dialogue, but direction, not only discussion, but shared responsibility. I would like to invite all the participants to engage, share experiences, build connections across borders and disciplines. Let this conference be a space where knowledge meets lived reality, science meets storytelling, and policy meets people. Because water governance cannot be transformed by institutions alone. It must be reimagined together. With that hope, solidarity, and determination, I again welcome you to the 11th International Water Conference. And the first segment, we would like to share with you, play a song by Farida Parveen, one of our folk artists, very well known. And she has this renowned, this famous, popular song, Importa M.
এই পদ্মা এই মেঘনা এই যমুনা সুরমা নদী তাটে এই পদ্মা, এই মেঘনা, এই যমুনা সুরমা নদীর তটে আমার রাখাল মন গান গেয়ে যায়। আমার রাখাল মন গান গেয়ে যায়। এ আমার দেশ, এ আমার প্রেম, আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে, কত আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে। এই মধুমতি ধান সিঁড়ি নদীর তীরে নিজেকে হারিয়ে যেন পাই ফিরে ফিরে। এই মধুমতি ধান সিঁড়ি নদীর তীরে নিজেকে হারিয়ে যেন পাই ফিরে ফিরে। এক নীল ঢেউ কবিতার প্রচ্ছদ পটে, আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে, কত আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে। এই পদ্মা, এই মেঘনা, এই হাজার নদী অববাহিকায় এখানে রমণী গুলো নদীর মতো, নদীও নারীর মতো কথা কয়। এই অবারিত সবুজের প্রান্ত ছুঁয়ে নির্ভয়ে নীল আকাশ রয়েছে নুয়ে। এই অবারিত সবুজের প্রান্ত ছুঁয়ে নির্ভয়ে নীল আকাশ রয়েছে নুয়ে। যেন হৃদয়ে ভালোবাসার হৃদয়ে ফোটে, আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে, কত আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে। এই পদ্মা, এই মেঘনা, এই যমুনা সুরমা নদীর তটে আমার রাখাল মন গান গেয়ে যায়। এ আমার দেশ, এ আমার প্রেম, আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে, কত আনন্দ বেদনায় মিলন বিরহ সংকটে।
We lost Farida Parveen in 2025. She left for her final abode, but her legacy remains with us, and this song is timeless. I would now like to move on to the other segment of this Water Speaks for Water Justice. I would like to invite Aminur Rahman Mukul, who is a prominent Bangladesh theatre director, actor, composer, and he's also the chairperson of Palaka, leading theatre troupe shaping contemporary theatre since 2011. He's recognized for blending traditional folk elements with more modern music, modern songs. And Aminur Rahman has actually been with ActionAid journey. He attended some of our International Water Conference, and he has composed around this. So I'm very excited to watch and hear from Aminur Rahman and see this performance. So over to you, Mukul.
Thank you, Farapa. Assalamu alaikum, greetings, and a very good day to everyone. On behalf of theatre organization Palakar, I extend a warm welcome and heartfelt greetings to all of you on this global and virtual platform of the International Water Conference. We express our gratitude to ActionAid Bangladesh for including us in such a necessary conference. As you know, Palakar has always endeavored to reflect the stories of life and the people through the mirror of art and culture. In today's online session, we seek to celebrate water not merely as a natural resource, but as the very essence of our existence, our culture, and the language of our protest. On the occasion of this conference, we are presenting 4 special segments for you. First, we will witness the dream of our future, the form of water through the eyes of children. In a digital exhibition titled The Language of Water in Colors and Lines, iconic depictions of water painted by children will be showcased, reminding us that it is our duty to protect this sacred resource. Next, we will take you to the bank of Karnafuli River in the mountains. We have rearranged a traditional song of Chakma community from Chittagong. This performance is truly unique as it features an improvised Jol Torongo, where the melody of water and the soul of indigenous life will blend into one. Our rivers are in crisis today. Therefore, our third segment will present a visual documentary on the ancient heritage and current state of 3 vital rivers of Bangladesh, the Halda, Shitalokha, and Someshwari. This video tells the story of their glorious past and their sad condition today. It will make us think about our responsibility towards these rivers. Finally, we bring to you our special presentation, the play Rupkathar Jion Nodi, the life-giving river of fairy tales. The actors of the play are not professional artists. Rather, they are the one closest to our heart, a group of vibrant children from ActionAid Bangladesh's Happy Home. Through a fairy tale, they will show a brave struggle to save our rivers. Through the power of art, we believe the cry of water will end one day. Our rivers will find their life again. I invite you all to join Palakar on this creative journey. Thank you, everyone. Victory to water, victory to life.
Zedungsang mui to somare more ne jana Horno fuli duli duli pudu se behona Zedungsang mui to somare more ne jana Honmurattu nichostu honsagara jebe muyo jem to somare more ki tui nibe das duniya sedam sangmui nagoris tui mana Zedungsang mui to somare more ne jana Muro sere thinei mui kisu na degam na degi na shuni mui kisu na sinong Muro sere thinei mui kisu na degam na degi na shuni mui kisu na sinong Bare zenei sebar sangmui duniya lo gore Hazar gorong oboin more ne jana somare nole mui hene jem more tui hona Zedungsang mui to somare more ne jana Horno fuli duli duli hudu se behona Zedungsang mui to somare more ne jana Horno fuli duli duli Horno fuli duli duli Horno fuli duli duli
Halda, the golden cradle of life. While rivers are mere lines on a map, Halda is a living legend. Curving through Chottogram's hills, it beats as nature's secret womb where life's rhythm begins. When monsoon clouds roar, a mystical alchemy stirs the depths. Amid surging currents and dark oxbow bends, motherfish release millions of silver dreams. Here, fishers harvest not just fish, but the seeds of tomorrow. A unique gene bank and dolphin sanctuary, Halda remains an immortal symphony of life, a heritage we must cherish forever. Shitalokha, the cooling legacy of muslin. Once, the world marveled at Shitalokha's crystal waters, so pure. They were shipped to England as healing elixirs. Yet, her true magic lay in the delicate folds of muslin. The river's unique humidity birthed the finest fabric, from Mughal luxuries to today's Jamdani. But today, this cradle of heritage chokes under industrial waste. Once a shimmering mirror of aristocracy, she now struggles for breath. To save Shitalakha is to revive our cultural soul and restore the cooling touch of a lost glory. Someshwari, a watercolor of clouds and golden scales. Where Meghalaya's blue peaks meet wild springs, Someshwari flows like a living watercolor. Her crystal waters once cradled a legend, the Mahashol fish with golden scales as large as saucers. This royal queen of the deep thrived amidst white sands and silent stones. But today, coal, dust, and iron dredgers cloud her sapphire mirror. The majestic Mahashol now nears extinction. Saving Someshwari is about more than water. It is a quest to revive our primal beauty and restore nature's lost sanctuary.
আমার পিঠে গল্পের ঝোলা। আজ আমি তোমাদের নদীর গল্প বলবো, জলের গল্প বলবো। এই যে আমার সামনে খা খা রোদে পুড়ে যাওয়া ধুধু বালুচর। এক সময় এখানে এক চঞ্চল রূপালী নদী ছিল। সেই নদী ঢেউ তুলে গান গাইতো, নাম তার জীবন নদী। কিন্তু নদীটা মারা গেল, মানুষে নদীটাকে ভুলে গেল। নদীও তো বাঁচতে চায়। ঠাকুমা, 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 তুমি না বলেছিলে আমাদের গল্প শোনাবে? ঠাকুমা, তুমি না বলেছিলে আমাদের গল্প শোনাবে? তাই তো, তুমি কোথায়? দেখেছিস, এই নদীতে পানি নেই, শুধু বালু আর পাথর। ঠাকুমা, তুমি না বলেছিলে এই নদীতে তাকালে নাকি মুখ দেখা যেত? ইস, নদীটা যদি থাকতো কতই না ভালো হতো। নদীটাকে যদি একবার দেখতে পারতাম, শুধু একবার। সত্যি, শুধু একবার। হারাবে না সারা। তোমরা যদি জীবন নদীর আসল রূপ জানতে চাও, তবে দরজার এপারে এসো, এসো। কিরে, কি করবি, যাবি? দেখিয়ে দিল, চল ভেতরে যাই। কি রে, আয়। স্বাগত, জলরাজ্যে তোমাদের স্বাগত। আমি তোমাদের সেই জীবন নদী। তোমাদের ইচ্ছে আজ পূরণ হবে, এসো। সুন্দর, যদি ডাক দিয়ে আমাদের কতই না ভালো হতো। এসো আমার এই মায়াবী ময়ূরপঙ্খী নৌকায়। আজ আমি তোমাদের দেখাবো এই নদী কিভাবে মানুষের জীবন আর আনন্দকে হাজার বছর ধরে আগলে রেখেছে। এসো। এই চল যাই, চল চল। তুমি বললে যে তুমি জীবন নদী, তুমি তো রাজকন্যা, আমাদের মানুষের মতো করে কথা বলছো। নদী কি কেবল বয়ে যাওয়া জলরাশি আরিয়ান? নদীরও প্রাণ আছে, নদীও গান গায়, নেচে নেচে বয়ে চলে। আরে নদীই তো পৃথিবীর প্রথম রাজকন্যা। দেখ দেখ, বাইচের নৌকা। নদীর তীরে মেলা বসেছে, কত মানুষ, কত আনন্দ। শুনো বন্ধুরা, এই যে নৌকা বাইচ দেখছো, এটি কেবল জেতা হারার খেলা নয়, এটা সবার মিলেমিশে থাকার আনন্দ। অনেক আগে যখন রাস্তাঘাট ছিল না, তখন এই নদীই ছিল আমাদের পথ। এই নদী মানুষকে এক গ্রাম থেকে অন্য গ্রামে নিয়ে যেত। নদী মানুষকে ভালোবাসার বাঁধনে বেঁধে রাখতো। দেখ দেখ সবাই, ওরা নদীতে ফুল ভাসাচ্ছে, একজন আরেকজনের গায়ে পানি ছিটে আনন্দ করছে।
এই শুনছো, তোমরা এখানে কি করছো?
আমরা নদীকে, জলকে ভালোবাসা জানাচ্ছি। নদীকে কি করে ভালোবাসতে হয়, নদীকে কি করে যত্ন করতে হয়, এই উৎসবে আমরা সেটাই।
কি বুঝলে? নদী তো আমাদের সব আনন্দের উৎস। নদী যেমন দুহাত ভরে মাছ দেয়, জল দেয়, মানুষও কৃতজ্ঞতায় নদীকে ফুল দিয়ে সাজায়। নদী ভালো থাকলেই তো আমরাও ভালো থাকবো। নদী না থাকলে মাঝিরা আর গান গাইতো না, ফসলের মাঠও শুকিয়ে যেত। নদীই তো আমাদের প্রাণ। নদী আছে বলেই তো আমরা মেলা করি, গান করি। নদী বেঁচে থাকলে আমাদের এই হাজার বছরের আনন্দগুলোও বেঁচে থাকবে।
রাজকন্যা, তুমি আমাদের সাথে চলো না। তুমি গেলে আমাদের গ্রামের সবাই অনেক খুশি হবে। আমাদের মৃত নদীতে আবার জোয়ার আসবে।
আমি ওই বটগাছের জাদুর দরজার ওপারে যেতে পারি না।
কেন রাজকন্যা?
মানুষ এখন নদীকে আর ভালোবাসে না ঈশান, তারা নদীকে ভুলে গেছে।
তুমি আমাদের সাথে যাবে, তুমি গেলে আমাদের নদীটা আবার প্রাণ ফিরে পাবে।
না নিধি, সেটা আর সম্ভব না।
কেন রাজকন্যা?
ওদিকে যাও, উত্তর পেয়ে যাবে।
রাজকন্যা, জীবন নদী,
রাজকন্যা, রাজকন্যা,
তোমরা কি আমাকে খুঁজছো? আমি তোমাদের জীবন নদী, আমি তোমাদের রাজকন্যা।
তুমি জীবন নদী, কিন্তু তুমি এমন পাল্টে গেলে কেন?
মানুষ যখন নদীকে অবহেলা করে তখন আমি আমার রূপ হারিয়ে ফেলি। মাঝিরা আর গান গায় না। জীবন নদী আজ কেবলই একটি শুকনো বালুচর। তোমাদের জীবন নদী, তোমাদের রাজকন্যা আজ কদাকার চেহারা নিয়ে মৃত্যুর দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে।
রাজকন্যা, জীবন নদী।
মানুষ ভেবেছিল নদী না থাকলে বড় বড় রাস্তা হবে, দালান উঠবে, কিন্তু তারা তো জানতো না নদী না থাকলে রূপকথার গল্পগুলো বুড়ো হয়ে যাবে, কুৎসিত হয়ে যাবে।
আমরা তোমাকে আগের রূপে ফিরিয়ে আনবোই রাজকন্যা।
আমরা তোমাকে হারিয়ে যেতে দেব না। চেষ্টা করে দেখো, মনে রেখো, নদী যদি কুলকুল বয় মানুষের মুখে হাসি রয়। মাঠে হাসে সোনালি ধান, মাঝির গলায় জাগে গান, মাঝির গলায় জাগে গান, মাঝির গলায় জাগে গান।
রাজকন্যা, জীবন নদী,
রাজকন্যা, জীবন নদী,
আমরা সেই পথটা আবার ফিরে এলাম।
আমরা কি স্বপ্ন দেখছিলাম? আমরা কি ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছিলাম? ঠাকুমা,
না ঈশান, ওটা স্বপ্ন ছিল না, ওটা ছিল জীবন নদীর কষ্টের কথা। নদী তোমাদের মনে করিয়ে দিয়েছে যে নদী যদি হারিয়ে যায় তোমাদের সব গল্প, গান আর আনন্দ এই বালুচরে হারিয়ে যাবে।
না, আমরা হারিয়ে যেতে দিব না।
ঠাকুমা,
পৃথিবীর
সবাই মিলে যদি নতুন করে সাজায়
তাহলে কি ফিরিয়ে আনতে পারবো না?
মানুষের অসাধ্য কিছুই নেই। মানুষ যেমন ধ্বংস করতে পারে, মানুষ তেমনি ভাবে নতুন করে নতুন পৃথিবী গড়ে তুলতে পারে। হাতে হাত রেখে শপথ নাও, অবশ্যই রাজকন্যাকে ফিরে পাবে।
আমরা রাজকন্যাকে ফিরিয়ে আনবোই।
আমার গল্পটি পুরলো, নটে গাছটি মুড়লো।
Enjoyed this segment. As it ended on the note, everything is possible. And human beings, if they open up, if they work collectively, it is possible. Another world is possible. I would like to take you on another journey far from Bangladesh, all the way to Morocco. And we have Irene Leonardelli, Vladimir Boselli, and Edo Brichetti from the Global Network of Water Museum, and sharing with us their experience of the Morocco Oasis Eco Museum.
Good morning. My name is Irene Leonardelli and I work for the Global Network of Water Museums, VAMUNET. I'm here today to briefly present the work that VAMUNET is carrying on in the oasis of Duriat Sba in Morocco to support the creation of a local eco-museum to valorize and enhance the local water heritage and knowledge. But what is an eco-museum? Eco-museums are participatory processes aimed at the recognition, care and management of local cultural heritage with the goal of fostering sustainable social, cultural, environmental and economic development. Eco-museums aimed at being creative and inclusive pathways for the cultural growth of local communities and are founded on the active participation of residents with the collaboration of local institutions and associations. How can eco-museums enhance local water heritage, including traditional water knowledge and sustainable water management practices? I'm going to briefly reflect on these points by presenting the specific case of Duriat Sba, Morocco, and its oasis, a community with whom VAMUNET has recently started collaborating. In Morocco's dry Figic region, the village of Duriat Sba and its oasis stand as a living example of how traditional knowledge can sustain both people and at the earth of the village lies the Ain Sba spring, which has supported the community for centuries. Every night the spring fills the main reservoir, feeding a finely tuned irrigation system. The villagers use a handcrafted notched wooden trunk calibrated with nails and strings, you can see it in the picture, to measure and control irrigation turns with extraordinary precision. To adapt to seasonal changes, the community adjusts the timing of the full irrigation cycle so that every parcel of land receives water fairly. Of course, they adapt these irrigation turns also in relation to climate change. Maintenance work, such as clearing debris or repairing canals, is shared through a draw system, ensuring that everyone contributes equally. The Ain Sba spring is protected by strict ecological and spiritual rules that have safeguarded it for generations. 4 elders act as custodians of the spring. They make sure everyone follows the rules. This careful governance system is supported by ancient technologies like the so-called ketaras, which are underground water tunnels, and the so-called mizabes, which are traditional rain gutters. This is a remarkable example of how traditional knowledge supports sustainability and helps communities adapt to climate change. The Local Development Association of Duriat Sba plays a key role in keeping this heritage alive. They record oral histories and train young people about the local water management practices. For all these reasons, VAMUNET is collaborating with local partners to officially recognize Duriat Sba as an eco-museum, to valorize its knowledge and make it visible to visitors and researchers. Fieldwork and local consultations are already underway. Vladimir Boselli, who is a researcher and a collaborator of VAMUNET, has traveled a few times to the region and is coordinating the creation of the eco-museum with local partners. And the local community, coordinated by the Local Development Association, has already engaged in democratic participatory water mapping processes to gather a lot of material and documents about the local tangible and intangible water heritage. The next step is a formal decision on the eco-museum structure, and to support this process, some Vamonet staff, including myself, Heriberto Ulisse, who is the executive director, and Vladimiro Boselli, are soon traveling to Durietsba. In this regard, like all eco-museums, this is still an evolving, living project, and the Global Network of Water Museums will share more details about the project and the process of building this eco-museum in the next months. We hope that this project, this process, can inspire other communities facing climate and social change to open to create their own eco-museums and value their water heritage. Thank you so much for your attention. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. I mean, I hope you enjoyed the presentation and the travel to Morocco. But please come back to Bangladesh, and not only to Bangladesh, but the coastal areas. So we would like to take you for a virtual water museum visit in Kolapara, Pakimara.
Water is the catalyst to our economy, our livelihoods, our agriculture. Bangladesh is blessed with hundreds of rivers, many of which are transboundary. But pure water is becoming scarce due to continuous pollution and encroachments. In 2019, the High Court of Bangladesh, in a historical judgment, recognized all of the country's rivers as living entities with legal protections. Unfortunately, however, rivers and other water resources continue to be neglected and abused. To highlight concern about people's rights to river and transboundary river issues, ActionAid Bangladesh introduced Asia's first ever water museum or Pani Jadughar, which opened in 2014 in Patuakhali, a coastal district of Bangladesh.
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমার নাম জালাল আবদিন। আমি এই পানি জাদুঘরের সচিব পদে আছি। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ফলে আপনার সাগরের পানির উচ্চতা বৃদ্ধির ফলে এবং বৃদ্ধির ফলে আমাদের এই যে ভূমিক্ষয়, জলোচ্ছ্বাস, বন্যা, জলবদ্ধতা এইসব চিন্তা ভাবনা করেই অ্যাকশনএইড বাংলাদেশ 2014 সালে এই পানি জাদুঘরটা তৈরি করছে। তো আসলে আমরা এখানে একটা নৌকা রাখছি, জাদুঘরের প্রথম ফটক। এই নৌকাটা দিয়ে আমরা বুঝাচ্ছি যে বাদ দিলে নদী ভরাট হয়ে যায়, নদী, নৌকা, লঞ্চ, স্টিমার চলতে পারে না। আমরা সেইটাই বুঝাচ্ছি এই নৌকা দিয়া। আমরা প্রথমত আমাদের এখানে আন্তর্দেশীয় 57টা আন্তর্দেশীয় দেশের পানি আছে। আসলে অনেকে জানে না যে এই নদীগুলোর নাম কি এবং কোন কোন উপজেলা জেলা দিয়ে এগুলা প্রবেশ করছে, আসলে অনেকেই জানে না। আসলে দর্শনার্থী যখন আসে তখন এইটাই নিয়ে তাদের একটা গুরুত্ব, যে এই নদীগুলোর নাম তারা একাতে পাইতেছে এবং এই কোন কোন জেলা, সীমান্ত জেলা যে ঢুকছে তাও তারা পাইতেছে। আমাদের এখানে আন্তর্দেশীয় যে নদীর কথা বলছি, সেই আন্তর্দেশীয় 57টা আন্তর্দেশীয় নদীর পানি এখানে আছে। তাছাড়া আমরা 80 থেকে 85টা নদীর পানি এখানে রাখা আছে। আমাদের লোকাল পানিও কিছু আছে আন্তর্দেশীয় ছাড়াও। তো আসলে এগুলি আমরা বুঝাচ্ছি যে পানির কোনো রং হয় না, কিন্তু যখন আমরা কাছের বয়মে তুলছি তখন দেখা গেছে যে এক একটা পানির পলিমাটি এক এক রকমের, যার জন্য এক একটা নদীর বৈশিষ্ট্য এক এক রকমের। এছাড়াও আমরা এখানে একটা মানচিত্র রেখেছি, কলাপাড়া থেকে আমরা সাগর পর্যন্ত একটা মানচিত্র রেখেছি আমাদের এই এলাকার, যে আজকে নদী ভরাট হয়ে যাওয়ায় আমাদের জেলেদের মাছ নাই, তাই জেলেদের কিছু উপকরণ এখানে আছে যেগুলো মনে করেন আবার এগুলো পানির সাথে সম্পৃক্ত। এখন আর কেউ খারই নিয়ে মাছ ধরে না, এখন আর কেউ সাবি দিয়ে মাছ ধরে না। তাছাড়া এই যে এই পাশে আছে আমার কিছু মাটিয়া জিনিস, এগুলো এখন আর আমাদের মাঝে চলতেছে না। এই যে আমাদের এখানে দেখছেন রিভার্স অফ বাংলাদেশ, আমরা পানির একটা মানচিত্র, নদীর একটা মানচিত্র এখানে রাখা আছে। আমাদের এখানে আরো আছে একটু কাঁসার কিছু পাত্র আছে, যেগুলো আসলে আগে সবাই হিন্দু মুসলিম সবাই ব্যবহার করত, কেউ এখন আর ব্যবহার করতেছে না, এইগুলো হারিয়ে গেছে। এইরকম যেগুলো হারিয়ে গেছে আমরা চেষ্টা করছি এই জাদুঘরে সেগুলো রাখার জন্য।
সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা। আমি লিপি মিত্র। আমি পানি জাদুঘরে 2016 থেকে কিউরেটর পদে দায়িত্ব পালন করি। সোম থেকে শনিবার পর্যন্ত জাদুঘরটি খোলা থাকে 9টা থেকে 5টা। এই পাশে আছে মানে জেলেদের কিছু উপকরণ আছে, তারপরে আছে কিছু ছবি, যেমন নদী থাকাকালীন অবস্থাতে মানুষের জীবন কিভাবে চলতো এবং নদীপথে যোগাযোগ ব্যবস্থা কেমন ছিল। তারপরে যে হালদা নদীর ছবিটা, মানে কিভাবে নদীটা দূষণ করতেছে, এগুলো মানে আমরা বোঝানোর চেষ্টা করি। তারপরে আছে যে ওয়াটার ফুটপ্রিন্ট, যে 1 কাপ চায়ের জন্য একদম কারখানা থেকে শুরু করে খাবার উপযোগী করা পর্যন্ত 40.95 লিটার পানি ব্যয় হয়। তবে যদি নদী না থাকে তাহলে আমাদের নিত্য প্রয়োজনীয় জিনিসগুলো আমরা কিভাবে পাবো। নদী আমাদের জীবনের যে বড় একটা অংশ, এই ছবিগুলোর মাধ্যমেই আমরা ফুটিয়ে তুলি। আমরা আছি পানি জাদুঘরে, আপনারা আসুন, দেখুন।
Inspired by the Water Museum and the impact it's had on students and the community, actually was exploring possibilities of replicating or developing this concept in other parts of Bangladesh. So we partnered with Build Bangladesh and Jamila Trust, and we decided that together we would create the Chokoria Water Museum. I shall stop here and invite Jalal Anis. He's an architect based in Canberra, but his family and his roots are in Chokoria. He's a prominent Bangladeshi architect working there. He's been recognized for social work, and he was very keen on the academic as well as the museum concept. He has led notable projects with Bragg, Scholastica, Utsho Village, and he is leading at the Institute of Architects Bangladesh and the Commonwealth Association of Architects. Over to you, Anis.
Thank you, Appa. Thank you. Let me know when you can start sharing the screen for the PowerPoint presentation.
Any question? Kalena, Santa?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to share something very close to our hearts, a project that has been years in the making, and one that we believe can transform how Bangladesh understands, protects, and lives with water. I'm architect Jalal Anis, as Farah said, from Canberra, Australia. I'm here on behalf of Jamila Malik Welfare Trust, one of the 3 founding partners of this initiative, alongside Action in Bangladesh and Build Bangladesh. Together, we have embarked on a journey to create something bold, necessary, and deeply rooted in the identity of our nation. Today, for the first time publicly, we are introducing Panir Patshala, the water school. Next. Bangladesh is shaped by water, its beauty, its abundance, and its challenges. We stand at the front line of the climate crisis, yet we also hold generations of wisdom in water management. Next. Panir Patshala responds to this reality. We're a living water museum, a place of learning, discovery, and resilience, a place where science, culture, and community meet. This is the slide showing the context of the site, close to other major landmarks in that area, in Chokoria, Cox's Bazar. Next. Our 10-year master plan brings together a set of interconnected facilities that promote learning and innovation. Some of the main components are an interactive water museum, a water innovation hub, a fish pathology laboratory, an aquaculture and blue economy training institute, and so on. This is not a single building, rather a living campus. Next. Our ideas come from renowned water museums in places like Netherlands, China, Morocco, Japan, and our own water museum that we just saw in Kuakata. Yet our approach is distinctly Bangladeshi, deeply connected to Chakoria and the Matamori River. Next. Our master plan would reflect the great river systems of Bangladesh, the Ganges, Jamuna, Meghna, Padda, and honors the history and ecology of the Matamori River. Next. The design philosophy centers on sustainability and harmony with nature, and more importantly, promoting respect for water. We envision a place like Yearning Circle, inspired by Aboriginal communities in Australia, and a water tower representing reflection, resilience, and our connection to water. Next. Panir Pathshala is more than a museum. It is a platform for change. Some of the social impacts would be, it will provide a platform for education, inclusion, and empowerment of women, youth, and the local community. In terms of economic impact, promoting creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, while generating revenue through job creation, tourism, research, and so on. And in terms of environmental impact, our goal is to promote conservation, biodiversity, climate resilience, and more. Next. A bit more about the economic model. We expect to generate revenue from training and education, research and diagnostics, ecotourism and glamping, retail and cafe operations, corporate retreats, partnerships, and sponsorship. Next. This is a true collaboration between ActionAid Bangladesh in terms of the community integration and fundraising, and Build Bangladesh providing technical design and business planning, and Jamila Malik Welfare Trust through land stewardship and local engagement. Together, we will form a joint special purpose vehicle to govern and operate the museum. Next. We have been collaborating behind the scene to lay the groundwork, and now in 2026, the focus is on gathering momentum through partnerships, strategic planning, and increasing visibility. So the slide is showing the steps we're going to take during this year and in years coming. Next. By introducing this initiative to you all, we are seeking collaboration through public-private partnerships, CSR programs, research and innovation grants, philanthropic and impact investment, and so on. Next. Panir Pathshala seeks to establish Bangladesh as a prominent center for water education and climate innovation on the global stage. We invite technical partners, researchers, investors, philanthropists, and institutions to collaborate with us in realizing the vision. Next. Should you wish to get in touch with us, this is the email address you can get in touch with us. And Nazmul Hassan is our rep. He will guide you to the right people, and we can start our conversation with you. Next. Finally, thank you for all. We look forward to your questions and exploring how we can work together to make Panir Pathshala a reality. Panir Pathshala, the water school, is a new living water museum being created in Chakoria through a partnership between ActionAid Bangladesh, Build Bangladesh, and Jamila Malik Welfare Trust. Our goal is simple: to build a world-class center where communities, researchers, and young people learn about water, climate resilience, sustainable living through hands-on exhibits, innovation labs, and training programs. As we said before, Bangladesh is shaped by water. It challenges us, but it also connects us. This project turns that reality into its strength, a place where knowledge becomes resilience and resilience becomes opportunity. Because if water defines our future, then learning is how we shape it. And Panit Pathshala is where the future begins. Thank you. Thank you again for listening to me. Back to you, Appa.
Thank you. It's so exciting. I hope all those who have listened to you and watched your presentation are excited. I know Professor Imtiaz is definitely excited. So all of you who have joined us, do get back with your queries and questions, and we can elaborate on how we plan to move forward. Anis, thank you so much. I hope you will remain with us for the rest of the conference. And it's very exciting. So thank you. I would now like to invite Sukhpreet Sen. He is a Kolkata-based architect, heritage manager, a musician, serving as art and outreach coordinator in Kolkata chapter of LEAD for Living Waters Museum. He is an amazing vocalist. He plays the tabla beautifully and has over 25 years of experience. He integrates music with climate advocacy to highest environmental issues. In 2025, he completed an artist residency at IHE Delft, exploring music as a medium for traditional knowledge and ecological knowledge. Shukrit had joined us in person a couple of years ago in Sylhet. And welcome, Sukhpreet. It's lovely to see you again.
Hello.
And
Hello,
looking
hello.
forward to your contribution and your intervention. So over to you, Sukhpreet.
Hello. Good morning. Shawaike, it's very nice to see familiar faces. I'm actually very close to you all. I'm in the Sundarbans right now, and it almost feels like you guys are just like across the river.
Okay.
And I'm very happy to see the continuous effort that ActionAid has been taking to really promote this water conference. As she mentioned, my name is Sukrit. I am from the Living Waters Museum, and just this year I've also taken up the position of the Asia Pacific Vice President of the International Scientific Committee of Water Heritage. And as a discussant, it is very interesting to see all the presentations that were made, all the dramas that were done, all the cultural activities that were done, particularly to engage the youth. And being a member of the youth community myself, I think as a museum, it is very important for us to really invest in the youth to look at how they perceive their surrounding waters. Ebong Jadughar, as the name suggests, is a house of wonder. Ebong, this is something that we had in mind from the very beginning. We have noticed that while working with the youth particularly, we have noticed that the children are often very scared of what is going to be the future scenario of the environment. And I feel that is where we as museums come in with all the artwork that were shown, with all the skits that were presented. I feel museums, it is our duty to look back and look at the idea of hope, because that is what the children grow up with. And they know that they have something to live for and not just live on an earth which looks like, green on one side and, very dark and polluted on the other. Of course, there is pollution. Of course, there is issues that we are facing. There is no hiding of any of that. But there is, at the end of the day, there is also a lot of hope. And I do feel that if we put the right things in the right place, the right process, there will be people who will own up themselves and, we will just work as facilitators as we are as a museum. In fact, when I was working with a child in the Sundarbans, he had once told me that, when you're doing a project on the mangrove plantations, and we were asking that why do we need to do this in the first place, to understand that the children understand why we are doing these mangrove plantations. One of the children actually said that, we must protect our Sundarbans not because it is dying, but because it is also beautiful. And I was like, child who is maybe 15 years old, this sentence makes so much sense. If we take care of our children, even though my or your child is the most beautiful, we will protect it because it is beautiful. And hence, we must also look at the environment that way. And hence, this is where we come in as museums to look at what is the storytelling that we are doing. And that is why, as Fauziaba mentioned, that we work a lot around music, a lot around the arts. We've been currently working on a project called the Jal Katha series, which is looking at Dastan Goe as a medium to talk about the storytelling, to talk about the waters of every city. So we've been traveling from one country to another, looking at Kolkata ki Jal Katha, Jaipur ki Jal Katha, Delhi ki Jal Katha. And through storytelling and music, we've been basically talking about a person surrounding waters. And we have often noticed that people come to these concerts for entertainment, but they actually go back with information and they actually look at their surrounding waters in a very different and a very proud manner. And I feel that as a custodian of a museum, we feel very proud to be able to do that. So I stop here and maybe I will continue the conversations later. Thank you. In the meanwhile, on the chat,
Supreet, you've
yes, Fauziaba,
emphasized.
sorry.
It's okay. You've emphasized on storytelling and you've emphasized on the cultural aspect. And you have been involved with the living museums, right? How many living museums have you been part of? I can see your fingers. You're sharing the living museum.
Oh, sorry. So
Yeah.
I just shared the link of the Living Waters Museum, and I've shared the link of the different exhibitions that we have done. So one thing that we have focused since COVID is also looking at urban water chapters. Because while talking to people, something that we have noticed is that while people know of the traditional water systems here and there, they often don't know about the water right next door. If they're living next to a canal, if there's a person who's carrying water, if there's a fountain next door, people don't know about that. Hence, we started talking about the not so talked about water bodies also, which we felt was a very important factor. And Dr. Sara Ahmed, who's our director, she's been the keystone. Uh, uh, I will speak slowly. I think someone messaged on the comments saying if I can speak slowly. Sorry. So I think urban water chapters is something that we have been focusing on a lot since COVID. And we started with Mumbai, then we did Pune, then we did Jodhpur, after that Kolkata, then we started Goa, and now we are looking at the Himalayan and the Deccan water chapters to really focus on the local waters of a certain area. And our main goal right now is to really look at a pan-India water system maybe in the coming 10 years. And we are very happy that with 10 years of Living Waters Museum, which will be in 2027, we have already covered almost 10 city chapters. So while you mentioned Living Waters Museum, we are not like extended museums. We have one single museum and we have extended chapters or urban living chapters that you can mention, which talks about different cities and its surrounding waters. On the chat, I have shared our mother website, which is the Living Waters Museum, and also the exhibition that we have done on Kolkata called Jol Janto Kolkata. So we've played around a little bit with the words because as you may know that Jol Janto is something that means very lively, and I feel that our waters is also something that makes us lively as you know.
Thank you so much, Shupri. Do you have a piece for us today? Are you going to sing or music or anything, or is it difficult being out in the Sundarbans?
No problem at all. I'm in the Sundarbans. I'm in the wild at all. I will just move away a little bit so that I can sing. And in fact, when I was doing my research on the songs, and I spoke about hope, and I feel as a narrative that we've been looking at in terms of journalism or storytelling in current times, we've often noticed that people are talking about আমরা যখন সুন্দরবনের গান দেখি on on the floods, ওরা সবসময় বলছে যে আমাদের এই ফ্লাডটা হলো এবং আমাদের এখানে শ্মশান করে দিল or something like these are the kind of things that they mention. কিন্তু if we look at the old songs, if we look at the old traditional baul songs or traditional Bhatiyali songs, what they mention, I'm going to kind of do a little part of a small Bhatiyali song. It's called Kotha Hai. The song is of a lone fisherman who is out in the sea, uh, and he does not know whether or not he will get any fishes today or not. But all he has to say to the ocean is that whatever you give me today, whether or not you give me anything today, I am thankful. And the song goes like, এসে কিনারায় লাগাও দড়ি, এসে কিনারায় লাগাও দড়ি, কোথায় দয়াল কান্ডারি, তুমি হে করুণা সিন্ধু, ও অধম জানার বন্ধু, তাও হে পদার বিন্দু, যাতে তুফান তো নিতে পারি, যাতে তুফান তো নিতে পারি, কোথায় হে দয়াল কান্ডারি. So this was just a small
Thank
kind
you.
of
Thank you. So,
part of a very deep song, I would say.
এখন তো মনে হচ্ছে আরো শুনতে চাই, কিন্তু তা তো সম্ভব না। So we have to
আশা করছি
invite you. We have to invite you back, and as we develop the Chokoria, Water Museum, we will have some conversations about the living museum and so on. Shubhi, thank you so
Inshallah.
much. And I think people here and online have really appreciated your input and the small performance. But as I said, it was just a teaser. We want more. Thank you so much. Stay with us.
100%. Inshallah. Thank you so much.
So I would like to take you all now for the final segment, a little piece on the guitar by Andrea Vedoretti. It's called The Voices of Water, and he plays it on a classical guitar. This composition has been created in collaboration with the Global Network of Museums, UNESCO, and 100 water museums and heritage institutions are a part of the Water Museum Network. This music project is from Breath of Water album, which was released in March, which is set to be released in March 2026. We've enjoyed the first session of our International Water Conference. And I'm going to hand it back to Afsana and we will move to the thematic sessions. So back to you, Afsana.
Thank you, Appa. Everyone joining us online today, we now transition from cultural reflection to policy and governance, anchoring today's dialogue in the core question of justice. We are now entering into thematic session 1, water justice and governance. And to moderate this session, I am pleased to invite Mashfiqus Salihin, Professor, Institute of Water and Flood Management, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. Salihin, sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just to check. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Welcome to the first thematic session, Water Justice and Governance, under this 11th International Water Conference being organized by ActionAid. And thank you, ActionAid, for inviting me to moderate this very interesting session. So just looking at the program schedule, I find that there are quite a number of presentations, so it's quite a handful. And we do have also 2 panel discussions, so we need to be very strict in keeping time allocated for each presenters. So I hope the presenters will be I'll request the presenters to stick to their allocated time limit. And I would also like to request the participants to put in their questions in the chat box so that when the time comes for question and answer, even if we don't have enough time left, so we can maybe pick some important interesting questions and get the feedback from our presenters and discussants. So the number of participants is quite overwhelming. I see that there are 31 to 35 participants already. So it's brilliant. So, and I also see that there is a very good blend of thematic presentations in this session, starting with a keynote presentation by Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, followed by presentations by Mr. Saqib Mahmood from National River Conservation Commission, Ms. Maria Akhtar Toishi from Department of Geography and Environment, Jagannath University, Mr. Tamazer Ahmed from ActionAid Bangladesh, Mr. Mohammad Abul Kalam Azad from, again, ActionAid Bangladesh. And then we have 2 distinguished discussants. Mr. Wen Hong Kwan, please forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong. And who is from Vietnam National University, and Dr. Champa M. Navaratne, is from Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. So before handing over the microphone or floor to our keynote presenter, I just wanted to share some thoughts about the theme of this particular session. The way I perceive it in Bangladesh, despite making substantial progress in water resources management, I believe governance is yet something that has not been adequately achieved. By governance, it may mean how we can improve the lives of the most vulnerable by ensuring water security. We need to find, ask the key question, who is the most vulnerable and how he or she is vulnerable. And where are these vulnerable people located? So, and then there is this context specificity. So the vulnerability of different people will not be the same everywhere. So then we need to decide who, how, and to whom water should flow. So by justice, so we need to make sure that the interventions that we are implementing at different scales are being able to adequately address the equity aspect of water resources management, meaning equitable distribution or allocation of water among the rich and the marginalized livelihood groups, gender equity, and intergenerational water equity, meaning ensuring water available also in this generation and also in future generations. And there is this paradox of scale. That is also important. The larger scale processes and the impacts of interventions at larger scale, so that can be felt very differently at the household scale by the communities. So these are very important, aspects of water justice and governance. So now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Imtiaz Rahman for his keynote presentation. And Professor Imtiaz does not need any introduction, in my opinion. He's a well-respected and well-known personality, and he has done a lot of work in, water diplomacy, water governance. So he is the executive director of the Center for Alternatives Bangladesh and a retired professor of international relations at the University of Dhaka. He's also a visiting professor at Taylor's University, Malaysia. He has authored and co-authored and edited 55 books and 20 monographs and published more than 125 research papers in leading national and international journals. And I think that the books that he has written, so the one with the title "Rights, Rivers, and the Quest for Water Commons: The Case of Bangladesh," that resonates very well with the theme, of this inaugural thematic session. So I invite Professor Imtiaz Rahman to deliver his keynote presentation. Dr. Imtiaz.
Thank you very much. Do we have the slide on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. What do
Now, after
I don't know.
they will help you.
But now I can do it. They will do it. I can do it. Okay. Good morning to all of you, and good earth to those of you are in a different time zone. And thanks to the moderator, and Action Aid team for doing something which I was not, looking forward to, because I was thinking that the whole setup should be in person. But this time, and a team thought of doing it differently. And then I see the merit in that, because as we just heard that it's over 100 people are online already.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
150 people.
150 people or something. So, there are a good side to it. But when we talk about water, you need to touch water at the same time. Now, the theme of 11th International Water Conference is reimagining water governance for just and sustainable futures. And if you have been present, if you are present in the first session, you must have seen that the reimagining has already started. Whether it is Palakar performance that they had, not to mention the presentation from Morocco. Then we have the water school. All those things will tell you that the reimagining has started. So let me give my understanding of the theme and to see what we can get out of this particular theme. And hopefully today's discussion and tomorrow's discussion will allow us to go deeper into the topic. Now, the first question must be why we need to reimagine water governance, why come up with a theme that water governance has to be reimagined? Well, there are good reasons to do that. And what I will do is to highlight 5 water dystopias. Well, the first water dystopia is global water misgovernance. It's in a terrible shape, and you can see the division between, the developed and the developing countries. And the slide will show you the per capita water consumption. Just to give an example of the United States, per capita is 7,000 plus, and come to, India or China is 3,000 plus. But then when it comes to Bangladesh, I mean, it's even lower. So there has to be some governance at the global level. Otherwise, we will not be able to fix governance or the reimagining itself. The second water dystopia would be at the national level. We have a serious water misgovernance at the national level, and some of the what we call the figures will highlight why that is so. Just to give you a sense, 40, and we are talking about Bangladesh, of course. 41% is contaminated with E. coli, and this is a little bit dated, figures, but it will do. 30% is contaminated with arsenic. You look at the sanitation and hygiene, it's in a terrible shape. You look at the access equality, that's also in terrible shape. Healthcare facilities, even at school level, workplaces, the dystopia is visible. And then, of course, you have this water department. It's so puzzling. Once you get in, you can't come out. So that's the second dystopia. The third water dystopia is at the household level. Then also, figure will give you, sense that it's in a messy situation. We are not, even this again, talking about Bangladesh. There are a good number of technologies, but somehow that is not there at the house level. And so we have a serious problem when it comes to water consumption and how you the fourth water dystopia is climate-based governance, and that is where also you see a very an uneven situation between developed countries and developing countries. Just to give you a sense of why climate is in a mess, there is one estimate on research which shows that Bill Gates emits 7,500 tons of CO2 per year, mostly from flying his private jets and helicopters. No doubt he came out of this climate, funding climate thing, particularly and now the competitive power. There must be some correlation there. So climate governance is the other water dystopia that we are facing. The final one that I have is the earth life misgovernance. And that's every, take any component, whether it's soil degradation, freshwater depletion, marine ecological collapse, habitat destruction, space extinction. Look at the impact of pesticides. You're looking at Earth, a different Earth altogether. And it's so sad to see the that humans have not evolved in a way to make a difference. So these are the five dystopias. One can add one or two more, I believe, to give sense why we need to reimagine. Now, let's move the argument what contributed to this dystopias. Well, I will highlight three paradoxes that we have currently. The first paradox that I want to talk about a little is the development paradox.
Oh, you're not audible? Somebody's saying you're not audible? Is that so? No.
Can you hear me now? Hopefully. Okay. So what led to the dystopias? Three paradoxes. The first paradox is the development paradox. And this has, it's related to the development factors itself. One can call it the Medina syndrome. And the reason is two authors highlighted this pretty well. In a book, in a critique on neoliberalism, pointing out that when capitalism developed and they seek origin from Madeira, that's the island that Portugal colonized first, which in many ways was empty, you can say. It was a clean slate. So you get that impression in some of the stories, whether it's Robinson Crusoe, something of that kind. That is an island that's hardly habitable. So we see in Robinson Crusoe there was a person in any way. But the point here is the Madeira syndrome, in the sense that when they entered, there's a lot of timber. They needed timber to build ships, and so started cutting the timber. And then they suddenly found, they can grow sugar. So they started, producing sugar there. It became world's one of the biggest source of sugar was Madeira, and Madeira means wood in Portuguese language. But then within 20 years, they picked really up. But after 20 years, it fell down because there was no timber left. So there was this boom, the bust. And what do the capitalists do when the profit goes down? They quit. So it's a clear case of seizing, absorption, and abandonment. And this is the model, the authors argued pretty in a very nice way, that this is a model which exists today, where this profit-seeking capitalism goes there. First few years you are excited about it. A lot of people get employment, and then the exhaustion started, and you go and then depart. Now, you can also think actually that when the British entered the Indian subcontinent, India, and I'm talking about British India, was the second largest economy in the world after China. It contributed as much as 22-25% of global economy. But when British left, it's only 2%. So no doubt that the British left. So there must be a Madeira syndrome understanding as to why the British left. So development paradox is one. Let's move to the second paradox as to why we are here and why we need to reimagine is the power paradox. And we are now living in a changing nature of geopolitics, which is very difficult to understand and very difficult to respond to, because we are so used to either polarity or bipolarity. We never had a multipolar world. And not to mention a multipolar world where you have Asian, if you look at this particular slide, there are 3 Asians versus 1 non-Asian or Western.
There's no Europeans?
And then Europe is no longer, no longer a factor now. I think it's down, it's going down. And to understand the re-rise, particular re-rise of China, re-rise of India, if you want to, you know, go deeper, one way to understand would be that in 1980, Europe's economy was 3 times larger than China's economy in 1980. Today, they are equal. But by 2050, China's economy will be 3 times larger than Europe. And so there's a serious decline of Europe's economy anyway. The only way I believe, which they are now trying to do, particularly this Greenland situation, which is making them to come together. But we have to see where it goes. So the power paradox is one, and there are different ways of looking at it and how the countries would respond to issue because particularly Donald Trump, he doesn't believe in climate change to begin with, has a different way. The whole Republican agenda has gone in a direction which is very different from post Second World War international relations. But we are moving into a changing geopolitics where my argument has been that it's moving from conflict to something called geopolitics of cooperation. And it's a fluid in a multipolar world, not a rigid multipolar world. That also is important. So this is the second paradox that one has to deal with. And the third and the final paradox is the funding paradox, which I'm sure, well, ActionAid is also involved in. Very briefly, this is one situation where the victims are pleading to the perpetrators for funds. Already the figures, something to the tune of 3 trillion you need to fix it, but the commitment has been less than 1 billion. So it's not going anywhere. But the very fact that victims have to plead to the perpetrator, that itself doesn't work. That's my argument. So what do you do then? With all this very solid paradox. Well, you go back to Sun Tzu or you go back to Einstein. Both of them say that in the midst of crisis there is also opportunity, and this is something that we need to focus on, and this is why we need to reimagine. So, what is to be done? The classical question. Okay, fine. We see the problem. We see the dystopias. We see why. Get to the dystopias, so the syndromes or the paradoxes. And now the question is, what is to be done? Keep Sun Tzu in mind, the power of imagination is very critical. We see way back in the 12th century, Ibn Arabi, making a big thing out of imagination. And he said, he who does not know the status of imagination has no knowledge whatsoever. And that tells you why the Arab civilization really went up at one point in time. They really focused on imagination. People forget that particular era. And we have in the 20th century Einstein saying the same thing. Imagination is more important than knowledge. So we need to invest in imagination and not to just go by whatever we have. So what do we do? Well, I will focus on some of the reimagination that you need to do. This is something that ActionAid and myself have worked on it, reimagining water. We think, and I must also tag the name of Ajay Dixit, the Nepali hydrologist, who was with me on this way back. And we try to redefine water, the scientific understanding of water, which is twice hydrogen plus oxygen, and make it more social science add E4. So pollution, power, politics, and profit. You can bring some more E into that. There's good pollution and bad pollution, so all those things. But we need to reimagine water. Water just can't be H2O. And that's the idea. The second reimagination is required, and this is also we worked reimagining rivers. Rivers need to be understood as nodi, which is much more older concept than rivers. Inter-river doesn't mean water. Etymologically, it is where the water arrives. Banks, the riveria. We still talk about riveria. So nodi is more, it's a very old concept. You get it in Upanishad, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and Nodi has to have three things, which is Pran, Atta, and Shakti. Pran is life, Atta is soul, and Shakti is power. So Nodi is clearly defined, thousands of years back. And today we have critical hydrologists, and here I also want to flag Jayanta Bandhavada's name. Reading his work, I thought that what he's talking about is Nodi and can be, formulated as wells, water, energy, biodiversity, and sediment. You need four things for rivers. Rivers is not only water, a river must have energy, river must have biodiversity, river must have sediment. If the four things are not there, then it doesn't have a river. And so the point is, how do you share rivers? You can share water, but what about energy? What about biodiversity? You can't tell the fish to stay on this side of the border, don't go on the other side. What about the sediment? Who's going to collect the sediment? So you need to reimagine rivers in a big way. The third reimagining is the ocean, which is a source of life. And a good way to understand that why we need to reimagine ocean, we seldom do that. And I think David came out with a good statement on this, or explanation. And this is what he says. And he just talks about one drop of ocean water. A single drop of seawater can contain millions of microorganisms, including many species of phytoplankton that are responsible for producing at least half of the oxygen we breathe. That's unthinkable. So we need to reimagine water, reimagine rivers, reimagine ocean, if we want to, really make a difference to the governance or the misgovernance that we have currently. So what do we do? 4 or 5 things on the issue of governance. One is we need to ensure ensuring governance. To begin with, you need to invest in knowledge. That's critical. They say knowledge is power. That also has been distorted by the Western philosophers, because the first one who said knowledge is power was Ferdowsi in Shahnameh. And what he said was knowledge is power, knowledge gives an old heart a new flower. That's what Ferdowsi said. Knowledge is power, knowledge gives an old heart a new flower. But Francis Bacon and European scholars, they thought knowledge can be utilized for real power and use it for military power and colonize the entire world. That's what they did. So they changed the whole understanding of what Ferdowsi was trying to say. Political stability is fundamental in whatever you want to do. And the third one would be professionalism. You need to be professional, and then X number of areas. Without professionalism, you're not going to go very far. The second one will be creating space for innovation, and we need to invest in climate futures. And this is why I'm critical of this funding loss and damage thing. I don't think we're going very far. We already have what you call, I don't know, 20th COP or 19, 30, my God.
30 years.
30 years. And it's not going to go anywhere. Anyway, we need to invest in climate futures. We need to go for innovation. But we're in a bad shape. Look at Bangladesh's position in innovation. And I can't understand why that is so. Some of the countries have made such a difference because they invested in innovation, and then we need to invest innovation. I think all departments should have an innovation hub to see where they can take their whether it's center or institution, whatever. The third one is you need to mainstream riverine life and living or Nodi Mapri. We talk about Bangladesh being Nodi Mapri Desh, but we don't, we hardly have activities. Well, water museum, and it's good to hear about the water school, not to mention the living water museum. And so these are things, so you need to mainstream that. You need to mainstream riverine life and living, because without mainstreaming that, I don't think you will get young minds to do what you are, what you're planning to do, because they will fall back to the land-centric understanding of things. The fourth one will be establishing happy, healthy lifestyle. This is related to water in all its aspects. So this is the fourth area where you need to invest heavily. And my final one is aesthetics, which is very important, reproducing beautiful Bangladesh. We have not been aesthetically as good. We should have been aesthetically high. And I say why? Because our history had a long history of aesthetics. If you look at the Mughal era, you have the Taj Mahal, which is a graveyard, but look at the aesthetics. You went up to that extent and then it just fell down. And then all of South Asia, I believe, has not really become beautiful in that sense of the word. So this is other, I need to bring water and aesthetics together. So these are the five areas, but I'm sure there are other areas for reimagination. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, for this fascinating, talk. I think many of the things, do resonate with what we have been, how we have been trying to reimagine the governance and justice. You mentioned like 5 dystopias, at different levels: global, national, household levels, and then climate means governance and art-led governance. And also the 3 paradoxes: the development paradox, the power paradox, and the funding paradox. One thing that stood out for me was, when you said this development paradox, like boom, bust, and quit. So this is what happens in Bangladesh. It has happened in Bangladesh many, many times. So many of the interventions, the strategies that we took a long time back, so they have had short-term benefits, generated short-term benefits, but very, long-term consequences. So this is something that we need to take on board. But you also said, so there's still, opportunities to basically restore and, reimagine, water, reimagine rivers, and then reimagine an ocean, and create space for innovation, and finally how we can reproduce beautiful Bangladesh. And that is something that we all aspire for and aspire after. And we are all aware that this decade is called the decade for ecosystem restoration, right? So how we can restore our ecosystems, preserve our ecosystems, and try to bring back our old beautiful Bangladesh. So that is something that we need to think about. So thank you again for your very thoughtful presentation. So now I'll invite, one second, I'll invite Mr. Saqib Mahmood, who is the Assistant Chief Environment and Ecology, National River Conservation Commission of Bangladesh. And Saqib has been working there for a few years. He does have working experience in other agencies like, IUC, and also he has been involved in different leadership programs supported by UNDP in Oxford. And his work, promotes community-based adaptation and nature-based solutions. So I invite Saqib to give his presentation on transforming river governance with evidence-based approaches, insights from NRCC's 2025 Northwest Zone investigations.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much, sir. This presentation is based on our direct investigation of the Northwest Zone for the transforming river management with evidence-based approaches. So at first, I could say that this is the slide. At first, I just give an intro for the National River Conservation Commission. National River Conservation Commission is a regulatory body. Its vision is vision is main focused for the natural flowing river free from the occupancy and pollution. And basically, the goal is the ensuring the multi-dimensional use of river of socio-economic development through preventing encroachment and pollution-free rivers. It is the legal guardian of all rivers. But if you see that in the whole world, there is a Mekong River Commission or Nile River Commission. That is only for the one river. But in case of Bangladesh, this is the commission for all rivers. And you see that currently we just listed up 1415, almost 1,500 rivers for the management. So we have just managed the rivers in the district wise and division wise and upazila wise in the subdivision level. And there is
Sorry to interrupt, Saqib Mahmood. Do we change the slides? If you could just cue next to our.
Oh, yeah, sure. This is the second. Yeah, thank you. This is already I have told about that. So I think you could go for the next slide. And for the NRCC, in the 2009, for the landmark case of the High Court Division 3503, ordered the government to form the National River Conservation Commission, consist of the concerned experts. And the act is formed in 2013, and it already acts its formation in the 2014. There is a groundbreaking precedent-setting judgment, High Court Division. The River Turag, and all other rivers flowing throughout the country are living entities. And National River Conservation Commission has been declared as the legal guardian. And the court set it to respond the about 17 directives to make the river conserved in that perspective. So, next slide. In that focus, NRCC, National River Conservation Commissions, is the prime focus to coordinate the relevant division and ministries and the departments who are working with the river and water conservation and water development. And it's also prime focus in the eviction of the encroachment and addressing the pollution issue and the biodiversity monitoring and also the navigation issues. Not only that, to ensure the environment friendly and sustainable water management and restoration of the river and connecting the water bodies. For the policy making, the review the practical use of the existing law and the policies, also the Conservation Act to amend the necessary act and policies. And public awareness and monitoring the river conservation is also under the recommendation of National River Conservation, NRCC. So next slide, please. So as per the conference theme context, I've just present the reimagining the water governance for the just and sustainable future. The study focus is basically for the addressing the acute challenge of the Northwest Zone of our river. This time we focus on the every rivers and all the rivers of our country, but this time we are just focusing for the proper management of the river in a certain guided way. So in that focus, we just want to develop the database for ourselves for the river encroachment, the pollution data, the biodiversity condition, and the navigational issue. You see that the National River Conservation Commission has the database in their website for the illegal encroachment and the polluters list, and also the Jal Mahal and Balu Mahal of the rivers here. So the prime objective is that to generate the granular and evidence-based data to strengthening the river governance framework and the promote water justice. So next slide, please. Uh, in this focus, we have studied for the 15 rivers of the Northwest Zone. Basically, the systematic field survey based on the encroachment mapping, pollution source mapping, and navigational issues, hydromorphological assessment, and it's very much important for that the district, upazila, and community level interviews are done for the proper management. And key informant interview and focus group discussion for the specific point and specific issues already done. We also take care of about the application of the public demands and newspaper for on the top concern for the river conservation and river issue management. Next slide. Here in the findings, there is several findings. In the Jaipur Hat, we see the several navigational issues. In the upstream northwest zone, most probably in the almost 50% rivers flows through the northwest zone. So here the navigational issues and the water scarcity is the prime issue. Not only that, interesting fact that we work on the cadastral survey, which is almost 100 years survey done by the British period and also the others for the river restoration. We get the new number of rivers here to explore and for the conservation, for the reconnecting and connectivity among the rivers like the Choto Jamuna, Chiri, and Tulsi Ganga. And the new river would be the Nandahar. And we already discussed with the district administration and other communities, because if the community arise the question about that, the Nandahar river is the river which is already dead, but it need to be re-excavate. And in the Panchakot, we see that the illegal sand extraction and stone over exploitation, which is the destabilizing the riverbeds. Next slide. In Dinajpur and Nauga, in Dinajpur, we see the high level of encroachment and pollution in the Ghagra Canal and Punorbhaba River. And in Nauga, the urban areas, the river is critical environmental degradation occurs, so dissolved oxygen is very much low. So in these areas, the dead zone already created, and fisheries and local biodiversity are almost extinct. So community arise the issue to take care about the for the excavation and the regeneration and restoration for the Choto Jamuna and Tulsi Ganga. Next slide. In Kurigram, Nilphamari, and Lalmonirhat, maximum rivers is the severe river bank erosion is the prime threat, and also the dredging issue is the violation here. The violation of the dredging and material management policy was observed, but the dredged soil was dumped back into the river, creating new shoal and the navigability crisis. In Nilphamari, rivers are almost dead because of the prolonged illegal occupation and lack of natural flow. In Lalmonirhat, we found the Shoti River, but there is also several channel, also named as the Mora Shoti River. The people say that is the Mora because it is dead. But we could not say that it is dead. We need to excavate and restore the river here. So next slide. In that perspective, we get the governance gap. We found that the enforcement inconsistent application on existing environmental and river protection of the regulations, and the coordination among the relevant ministries and departments, and exclusion of the inadequate participation of marginalized river dependent communities in the management. So we think that the river basin management approach should be taken care of. For the environment sustainability and economic valuation of the ecology should be taken care of, and the equitable and optimal distribution of water should be needed. And it is kind of integrated and interactive and iterative approach, because through which we could face the focus of the point and also the regenerate and the condition. Next slide. So actionable recommendation from our side was the geospatial tracking for the encroachment and pollution source, and the community watch, which is more important for the rivers, because even NRCC is the legal guardian of the river, but ultimately the people is the main watcher of the river restoration and river community. So to empower the local stakeholder, there is need to be mechanism development, and also integrated planning should be needed for the creation of the holistic management and the adaptive strategies for the climate adaptive water allocation and nature-based solution, like water wetland restoration or the river restoration, and also the place for the to manage the water scarcity. So next slide. In that focus, we could say that from our evidence-driven river conservation essential for the achieving the resilience and equity in water future. And if we focus on the reimagining the governance, also the reimagining the management of the river, so we need the inclusive, science-backed and transparent monitoring system, and also include the local communities and the relevant departments and everyone to manage and restore the rivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakib Mahmood, for sticking to your allocated time, and then for a very good presentation. So basically, you took the northwest zone of Bangladesh as an example and studied most of the rivers there, and the problems that you have identified are actually the problems that we find elsewhere also, like encroachment, pollution, biodiversity problems, water scarcity, sedimentation, erosion, navigability issues, and then illegal, mining, sand mining from rivers. So if we just recall what Professor Imtiaz said, how to address this. So one way would be to reimagine the rivers, right? So the different uses or aspects of rivers, like water, as he mentioned, water, river as a source of water, and energy, biodiversity, and sediments. It's not only flow that defines a river system, but also sediments, that the kind of sediments and amount of sediments that it carries from upstream, and then the sediment transport processes. These are very important, and this is also, if I recall, one particular basis for benefit sharing among the transboundary rivers. So there has been a proposal for sharing of water based on the benefits from the river, to the river, of the river, or for the river. So you can imagine the importance of conserving your river system and restoring your rivers. So that is very important. One particular point that I have for you. So the aspects that I find a little missing here is the hydrological aspects. Many of the rivers suffering from water scarcity during the dry season. So we need to find out why the scarcity is there. Is it because of the lowering of groundwater table? So we also need to take a hydrological point of view and integrate this, with all the anthropogenic interventions causing all sorts of problems, right? So this is something that I would advise you to also consider. So thank you again. So next we move on to Miss Maria Akhtar. Maria Akhtar Toishi. She's from Department of Geography and Environment, Jagannath University. She's a final year undergraduate student there, and she has her own personal struggle growing up in rural areas and then moving to the cities for education and higher education, and the kind of turmoils or challenges that she faced throughout her life. So that gave her a lot of strength and energy to further his endeavors in water justice and governance. So I would invite Ms. Maria Akhtar Toishi to deliver his presentation on productive bias, reproductive crisis. Maria.
Thank you. I guess I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, you are.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Maria Akhtar Toishi. I'm an undergraduate student of Jagannath University. Can you share my slides, please? Thank you. As you know, as you are seeing, my presentation is entitled Productive Bias, Reproductive Crisis, Reimagining Water Governance Mandates in the Saline-Prone Southwest. Today, I will talk about how governance in Bangladesh, Saline-Prone Southwest prioritizes productive uses like agriculture while ignoring women's reproductive water needs, creating a silent health and justice crisis. Next slide, please. As we know, climate-induced salinity intrusion is worsening due to sea level rise, upstream river diversion, and shrimp aquaculture. Though this impact affects everyone, women face greater hardship because they are responsible for household water, cooking, hygiene, and care. Salinity turns daily survival into hard physical labor for women. Next slide, please. Water governance in Bangladesh mainly focuses on economic productivity, like protecting crops, land, and infrastructure. This system treats household water struggles as invisible. Women's unpaid labor, time loss, and health risk are not counted in water management decisions. Next slide, please. This crisis is not only a health issue. It is a governance failure. Saline drinking water is linked to gestational hypertension, preeclampsia, and skin infections. Yet, these impacts are treated as only by the hospitals, but not prevented by water institutions. Next, please. Feminist political ecology helps us understand this failure. It shows how institutions benefit economically while pushing health and care costs onto women. Water is divided into productive water, like for income, and reproductive water for survival, but only the productive water is governed through water management organizations. Next slide, please. Here, this slide shows two main ways of how salinity harms women's health. The one is ingestion pathway, which includes drinking saline water, and other one is contact pathway that includes bathing, washing clothes, managing menstruation with saline water. The structural irony is that water institutions manage salinity for crops and infrastructure, but the health damage to women remains invisible in water governance. Next slide, please. Water management organizations and the Bangladesh Water Development Board manage infrastructure like polders and sluice gates. However, their mandates do not include responsibility for women's health-related water or care burden. This creates the governance gap and the mandate failure. Next slide, please. To fix this problem, mandates must change. Water governance must recognize reproductive water security as equally as productive water. Without legal responsibility, institutions will continue to ignore women's suffering. This reform requires three actions. The first one is legal redefinition of mandates, and the second one is measurable accountability, and the third one is structural inclusion of women in decision making. Next slide, please. My study proposes a gendered water audit. This audit will track indicators like pregnancy, hypertension, UTIs, distance to safe water, and women's time spent collecting water. Moreover, the budgets should be linked to meeting with all these targets. Next slide, please. Another mandatory proposal is that women must move from beneficiaries to decision makers. Each water management organization should have a women-led reproductive security committee with real authority over water decisions. Capacity building on water and health links is also essential for this purpose. Next slide, please. To conclude, I will say, this crisis is not just about salinity or climate change. It is about governance. Every day, women in coastal Bangladesh are forced to choose between drinking unsafe water or sacrificing their time, health, and dignity. The root cause is very clear. Our water governance prioritizes economic productivity and ignores reproductive water security. So, the water justice requires a shift from managing water only for land and crops to governing for people, especially for women. This requires formally integrating reproductive water. This requires formally integrating reproductive water security into the mandates of Ministry of Water Resources and local water management organizations. If we want climate resilience, gender equity must be at the center of water governance. Thank you everyone for your valuable time. I'm done with my presentation.
Oh, thank you so much, Maria, for your fascinating presentation, and it does provide a lot of a lot of things to think about. Yeah, you are right that it's not only about salinity and climate change, it's about governance. So, and you rightly mentioned the impact of salinity on agriculture. That is visible. We can see it uh, in the form of reduced productivity or reduced yield, but the impact of salinity on women health, so that is invisible. And honestly, there has been very little empirical evidences. We know about it, and we know that it is on a very serious level, but we do have to institutionalize. And as you mentioned, gender water audit through going for such approaches. If we can monitor how the water quality aspects impact women's health and their reproductive aspects, so that becomes a necessity when if we talk about water justice in the true sense. So thank you so much for your presentation. Now I invite just have to find out who is our next presenter. Our next presenter is Sir Tamazer Ahmed, who is the Manager, Policy Research and Advocacy, ActionAid Bangladesh. Mr. Ahmed, so your presentation title is Intersecting Pathways, Gendered Health Impacts of Water Insecurity under Climate Change in Coastal Bangladesh.
Thank you. I'm kind of, and it's interesting that my session was preceded by Ms. Maria Toshi's presentation, because we essentially, my presentation is based on a research which essentially addresses one of her propositions, which is to do a gendered water audit. And what, as Dr. Mashfiq pointed out, there is a lack of empirical evidence on the gendered impact on women's health due to climate change and water scarcity and water issues in general. So I hope my presentation it nicely ties in, flows right after the previous one, and will provide some answer to some of the questions raised. So as I mentioned, that I mean, I will not repeat a lot of my predecessor basically covered a lot of things that I will probably not need to repeat. My presentation is information dense. We went, Action Aid Bangladesh last year undertook comprehensive research to generate evidence of the impacts of climate change and water salinity on health in general, with a focus on women's health. Because while the gendered impacts of climate change and water scarcity are well known, there's limited data on gendered health impacts on climate change in general and the ensuing water-related issues, as Dr. Mashri pointed out. In fact, last year we were at a seminar that was organized by the Climate Change and Health Promotion Unit by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and they had also invited development partners and requested that they need support in generating evidence of what's clearly manifesting in on ground. So our research, I'll quickly go through the methodology. It's a mixed method, 800 household surveys with extensive qualitative information. Many of you who have attended the last water conference will remember that we presented some preliminary findings from this research during the last water conference. But at that time, the research was incomplete. Only 75% of the quantitative data and 50% of the qualitative data was available to us. Now we have completed the research and analyzed the data. The analysis is still ongoing. And so we will present some of the confirmations and findings in this presentation. Satkira and Potuakhali were our target locations, where we focused in the sub-district of Shamnagar in Satkira and Kolapara in Potuakhali, as those are our working areas. We went into 6 unions each for the data collection. We retrieved data from the BMD, Bangladesh Meteorological Department, from the 2 radar stations located in Potuakhali and Satkira to give an impression of the fact that climate change is real. We assessed 30 years of data for Satkira and Katupara, and you'll see that the average maximum temperature in both these locations have increased in the last decade. From our research, this is buffering a little bit. We tried to create a profile of the disaster vulnerability of the 2 locations. While cyclone and storm surge and flood and cyclone were ranked 1, but that's because we attribute that to the fact that these are immediate onset disasters, whereas salinity and waterlogging, these are more slow onset, long-term disasters. So that's why the ranking was lower, but at the same time, especially in case of Shamnagar, all our field visits and qualitative data, as well as the rest of the quantitative data, point out that salinity intrusion, if in real terms, should be the #1 ranking disaster in Shamnagar. Primary impact of disaster on households is drinking water crisis and clean water crisis in both these locations. This is very evident from the data. We collected a lot of data on both the drinking water and household use water, which is used for wash and cooking and other purposes. So the primary source of drinking water in Shamnagar is bottled water and deep tubules. It's a combination. Whereas in Kolapara, where the salinity impact is lower, deep tubule is still the primary mode of source of drinking water. Bottled water is actually water that even rural households purchase in order to meet their drinking water needs. Given the level of salinity in that area, it is difficult to rely solely on deep tubal, or it's impossible to actually drink the surface waters available there. Household water use is
just once. Do you think you can finish in 2 minutes?
yes.
Okay, thank
It
you.
is information dense. I'll quickly go through them. Household use, both locations rely heavily on pond water. I will not get into drinking water purification data. Scarcity period generally overlaps with the dry season in both locations. The causes of drinking water scarcity, primarily in Shamnagar, is salinity, as you can see from the graph. And Kolapara, while natural disasters ranked high, salinity is also, it's like this, is in the top 3. This is the profile of the general disease prevalence in the location of the general population. Gastrointestinal diseases are predominant in both the areas, followed by skin diseases, which we attribute to the water quality, drinking water quality in both the locations. Which brings us to the crux of our problem, is the female health issues, which our data confirmed our hypothesis that there is a strong correlation between the water quality in the area, which is climate-induced salinity, and women's health issues. As you can see, the alarming rate of feminine health issues, gynecological issues that women suffer from in both these areas, especially in Shamnagar, where salinity intrusion is very severe. Irregular delayed menstruation was reported by like over 75% of the surveyed women in Shamnagar, and almost 60% of the surveyed women in Kolapara, followed by urinary tract infections and uterine infections. And many of these women suffer multiple of these at the same time. But our qualitative data actually confirmed that the rate is most likely to be higher, because most of the women and adolescent girls that we spoke to during our interviews and FGDs, and the healthcare professionals that we spoke to, indicated that this is much more commonplace. The average age of women suffering from these diseases, gynecological issues, is between within the late 20s and mid 30s. While our hypothesis was originally that there is to establish a correlation between female health and water quality, but in order to rule out any other variables, we did run a correlation between menstrual hygiene management and female health issues, and we found that regardless of whether women used reusable cloth or disposable sanitary napkins, the result was the same, which indicates that the issue lies somewhere else. And when we ran and analyzed the data on and compared it with female health and the water quality, the strongest correlation was established between the use of dirty and salty water for wash purposes.
May I request you to finish your presentation in 1 minute?
I'm at the end of my presentation. So some of the recommendations that would come out of from the evidence that we've generated from this research is to prioritize investment in sustainable, climate resilient, safe water sources. That is of course a no-brainer. But at the same time, the planning should be gender responsive and address water consumption for wash services, because whenever in these localities, especially whether it's the government or other stakeholders, development partners, whenever we go in with water solutions or investment in water, it's drinking water that is prioritized, and water for wash purposes is never looked into. But the problem lies at the center of water for wash purposes. There is definitely a strong need for rethinking public health campaigns and water. Sorry, it just okay. There's definitely a strong need for public health campaigns and door-to-door and service delivery. Technology can be used to address, because one of the strongest findings in this location while we were doing this research is that women have very poor health-seeking behavior, and they deprioritize their health over family members' health. And there's the delay in health-seeking behavior as well, unless something critical. They're suffering from something critical. There are existing barriers such as access, as well as limited availability of specialists nearby. So we have to think of innovative ways to overcome these barriers through technology, telemedicine, and other means. And health education should start early at school. Of course, the last of the recommendations was that we need a comprehensive policy to integrate water security, health, and climate change. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Sorry, I may have gone a minute or two over.
Yeah, no, it was a very good presentation. So in hindsight, I think, I mean, just in considering the importance of your topic, you ought to have been, given more time maybe instead of only 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, so this is an important issue, as I mentioned. So you have generated some empirical evidence through also inferential statistics. So how salinity in drinking water impacts women's health, right? So there's a clear correlation, and it's not very surprising to find the differences in the two locations, Shamnagar and Kolapara. And of course, in Kolapara, we know there are very good aquifers at deeper depths, like 800 to 1200 feet. So drinking water, is not a big service, is not a big problem there, as long as salinity is concerned. But in Shamnagar, there is no way, I mean, other than going for rainwater harvesting or bottled water, vended water, or deep tube wells where they find some, useful source. So these are, very important. And you talk about prioritizing investments. That is very important. And you have clearly seen the differences, like context specificity. So the contexts are different in the two locations. And so investments should also differ, right? So they will not be the same. So thank you again. Now I invite Mr. Abul Kalam Azad, who is the manager, Just Energy Transition Action Aid Bangladesh. And his presentation will be on water for power, not for people, how coal-based energy is reshaping Bangladesh's water security. He's given 10 minutes. We are already running behind, but I will request you to stick to your 10 minutes allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Musfiq Shaleen bhai. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Musfiq Shaleen bhai, and audience attending through Zoom. No, that's fine. Please share my presentation. Thank you. So my presentation, I am going to present the impact of coal power plant to the water system in Bangladesh. So you know that Bangladesh power sector highly dependent on fossil fuel based power generation, and coal power plant significantly contribute for power generation. It almost around 20%. So I'm in my presentation, I am presenting 4 case study from the ground, how coal power plants affecting water system in local level, at the same time entire water system in Bangladesh. So my first slide, how water use impacting by coal power plants and water used by coal power plants. First one, water withdrawal. So coal power plant use water withdraw from the local rivers and underground, and water consumption. Coal power
I'm
plant
sorry to
consume the
interrupt.
amount of.
Could you please give cue to the team so that they can change slides accordingly?
Sorry.
The slide was not changing. Adit bhai, continue, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Wrong time. Azad bhai, you can continue. The slides are aligned now.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. No, thank you. So coal power plant using water in 2 ways: withdrawal water from the rivers and ground, and consuming water for managing ash and cooling system. On the other hand, coal power plant polluting water. The pathways of the pollution is, first, coal power plants consume water from the rivers and ground, then the water discharges to the rivers and canals. Then the river inject in the groundwater that also pollute, and the nearby estuary and sea also pollute by the coal power plant discharge water. Next slide, please. So, which power plant use how much water? That if you see here in coal power plant using water for generate power per megawatt hour, 1500 liter to 2500 liter per megawatt hour. It is high water incentive power generation, and you can see gas, nuclear, and hydropower. On the other hand, if you say the renewable energy use water, it is for solar PV, it is 5 to 50 liter megawatt hour. It is very minimal, and wind generation is almost zero water use. It is 0 to 5 liter use water for per megawatt hour. So coal power plant, highly water intensive power generation system. So now I am going to present the case. We are presenting here 4 cases from the 4 coal power plant. Bangladesh currently implementing 6 coal power plant, and total capacity around 6,000 megawatt. So first of all, the Boropukuria coal power plant. This is the first coal power plant in Bangladesh, commissioned in 2006 and 2018. So this coal power plant very close to the Tilai River, and the water they use discharge to the Tilai rivers. So Tilai rivers severely polluted because of the coal power plant water discharge, and the local indigenous community and farmers affected because of the water pollution. Local livelihood and food security also affected because of people using polluted water in the agriculture, and food production is getting lower. And socioeconomic impacts there. So already I mentioned that the traditional lands, forests, and fisheries and livelihoods disrupted, and agriculture particularly affected because of the water pollution. Next slide, please. And Paira coal power plant is near the Bay of Bengal, and because of Paira coal power plant affected local rivers like Andhamanik and Golachipa rivers, including local canals and khals and local hillside sanctuary, and affected water and ecosystem degradation, livelihood and food security losses, displacement and employment stays, and local waterlogging and salinity impacts. The Matarbari coal power plant, the coal power plant commissioned in 2023 and 24. Matarbari is a small island beside Kohelia River and Bay of Bengal. And because of the Matarbari coal power plant, local river and water bodies affected, and Kohelia River almost died, and livelihood disrupted in local level. So in this small island, living more than 100,000 people, mostly affected by the coal power plant, land acquisition, water system disruption, and water management breakdowns because of coal power plant. Local sluice gates that particularly managing local water that closes, so that the local water system severely affected, and water logging is recent years highly affecting the local community and their economic system. Food security and income losses and social vulnerability increases because of the water scarcity and water pollution, and the Kohelia River almost died. Next slide, please. So another coal power plant close to the Sundarban, that is, we know Rampal coal power plant, officially called Mutri Super Thermal Power Project. It is very close to the Sundarbans, and it is bank of the Poshu River. So this coal power plant every year withdrawn 23.78 billion gallons of water from the river. And those water they discharge 13.39 billion gallons, that is hot water. So Poshu River is a reach of fish and biodiversity. The river now almost no fishes, so fishermen are severely affected because of the river pollution, and local livelihood and food chain impacts, and increased community vulnerability. Next slide, please. And if we see here the total water and coal power plant, if we see this equation, so only one coal power plant we calculated here, that is Paira coal power plant. So Paira coal power plant every day consumes 7,500 cubic meter daily. That water can use 950,000 people every day. So we cannot calculate it here the pollution that coal power plant because of the coal power plant. So only the water consumed by the coal power plant, that is equivalent to water used by 950,000 people. So it's huge water impacted by the coal power plant. So following my argument, I recommend some, I proposing some recommendation for coal power plant and water system recovering. Number one, phase down coal power in water stressed region and halt new coal power approvals. You know, the coal power plant recently we developed, and in our pipeline also there are more coal power plants, so we have to halt them, and mandated strict water use caps, real-time monitoring, and public disclosure for existing coal power plants. and finally ensure community-centered remediation and just transition measures. So this was from my side. So I tried to finish my presentation within in time. Thank you for giving me this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Again, first for sticking to your time allocation of 10 minutes. You did a good job, and then your presentation was also very nice. So we learned about some empirical data of how much pollution all these coal power plants are producing in our river systems, as you mentioned, from rivers to groundwater and then to the sea, right? So how it traverses from the source to the sea. So that is very important to understand the processes. And as you can imagine, so the level of pollution in river and the level of pollution in the groundwater may not be the same because of how they interact, and depending on the type of different types of pollutants, that is very important. But you can find some resonance, some links with what Professor Imtiaz Ahmed presented before, right? How you reimagine your river system and also how you reimagine the ocean, right? So the ocean, the kind of pollutions that the oceans, the seas are receiving will be impacting the primary production of the oceans, the ecosystem services the seas provide to both marine and inland fisheries resources. So these are very important choices. I would also like you to, in future present us, drawing some experience from other South Asian countries and also some global experiences, right? So what they are doing with the coal-based power plants and how, I mean, so I was a little unsure about the EMPs, environmental management plans that were promised in the EIA report of these, coal power plants, and to what extent they weren't implemented. So I understand the politics, the trade-offs, for the government while choosing the coal power plants, but these are some important, discussions that we need to take on board while how we negotiate with the currently running coal power plants and also the future coal power plants, if any, that we plan to implement in our country. So thank you so much again. So we are already very late, but now I would like to invite our two discussants one by one. So let me first invite Mr. Gwen Hong Kwan. Please, correct me if I pronounced your name wrong. So, you are an associate professor from Vietnam National University, and and also the founding director of the Institute for Circular Economy Development. You have over 20 years of expertise in environmental hydrology and sustainability, and which led to Vietnam's transition to a circular economy, especially in the Mekong Delta. And you have overseen international research on climate adaptation, saline intrusion, and socio-ecological resilience via linking scientific innovation with policy. So you have already had a lot of experience on the thematic discussion that we are having today. My question to you would be, in light of your work on, climate adaptation and water management in social ecological systems, so how, the circular economy, how you can bridge these with, by bringing in circular economy and how it can, these principles can address what the kind of water governance challenges that we have discussed today, especially in balancing river conservation with competing human demands, right? So in light of the increasing human demands. So there is this, competition among the users of river water. Yeah, Dr. Kwan.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Abraham, Khadi Azira. It's my great honor to join the event today at the discussion. And I thank you so much, the organizer, for inviting me. I was really enjoy fun with many insight presentation from Dr. Ahmed, Mr. Mahmoud, and Ms. Maria, and Ms. Tamaza Ahmed, and also lastly Mr. Kalam Azad, with the various topic on water security, gender, health, and river governance challenge, and also how I have been observing many similarity that you are working in Bangladesh and also found here in Vietnam. Actually, now I'm on the trip to the Mekong Delta, also working on governance issues, not only with only water, but also crossing other sectors. So yeah, so back to your question related how, yeah, as I start with my work on water related topic, how we adapt in agriculture in terms of salinity, also a bit on urban water flood, which is also linked to the health issues, and also some other topic related to water energy nexus. So I think what I found here when I've been working on water sector, I found it quite difficult because in terms of the borrowers, water is managed by here in Vietnam. It was by Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment, and now we merged with Ministry of Agriculture. I think water linkage to other sectors quite is very close, yeah. But the borrowers is allocated by different sectors are different, and especially if we look at Ministry of Finance and others, and the distribution of resources to uh, to manage waters is much less than those linked to economic growth and others industries. Yeah. So now when we try to work on circular economy, we try to see how water and others values, how water are linked to other values. Yeah, I think we've been discussing a lot on environmentals or social, but of course economicals, yeah, and how those values are created based on water related projects. So, for example, if we talk about the case here on um, the thermal plants, so we see that we use a lot of water, yeah, for power. Of course, power is needed for everything, but the way we manage water and the way that let's say the discharge from water or energy, I mean, of uh, a bit on air pollution, yeah, but and also some dust or solid waste come from it. It's not really utilized. So how we can reutilize the waters from the coal plants and the solid waste from this for other value. For example, we are seeing how we can create constructions material from the solid waste from the power plants, for example. Yeah, and another example that we try to preserve the mangroves. Of course, mangroves is very important. They have a lot of benefits, but it's not only ecological benefits. We try to look at how we can create the other values from mangrove restorations or mangrove protection project based on circular economy principle. For example, we look at how we can improve the local livelihoods on mangrove projects. For example, where we're now working in Delta, we try to link up with the mangrove shrimp models. So meaning that in the mangrove forest, we can grow shrimp or even others like crab and others. And recently, we are very much interested on the carbon credit. So you see the mangroves forest create a lot of carbon credit, especially the high value blue carbon. So how those values are recognized and return to different stakeholders. It's not only the local people there, but also other business people, they also interest on the carbon credit, so they can join in macros restoration projects. Yeah, so I think that is just example of how circular economy can improve water management and ecosystem restorations. And in terms of the governance, I think in this sense, the cross-sectoral collaboration is extremely important in order to really link those very across different sectors. So it's not only on water, but also agriculture, ecological, and especially in developing country, economic growth is very important. So it's need to link to socio-economic development agenda of the local governments or national government. Yeah. So of course, it also need a lot of interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary approach. So we need to train people to work on those complex topics. Yeah, maybe in short, I have to I stop here.
That is excellent, actually. So, basically, you answered a lot of questions. How, what we can do about our coal or based projects. So, and I mean, the important thing that for my takeaway is how we can build water related projects linked with this kind of pollution generating projects or interventions, and how we can make them more valuable. So valuing use, water use would be one important key here. And you gave the examples of how to, and instead of going for take, make, dispose, how we can transition from there to reutilize, for example, wastes in constructing, in making, for example, construction materials, or how we can generate, convert, or how we can derive more benefits from our mangrove protection, right? So which will have values for local livelihoods or other important uses like sea protection against erosion and others, so as well as generating different livelihood activities. So these are very important, but one important priority or a prerequisite would be cross-sector collaboration, of course. So if we do not take that into consideration, if we then can useful outcome. Thank you again. So I now invite our second discussant, Dr. Shampa M. Navaratna. So you are an expertise in you're a professor emeritus at the University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka, and you specialize in agroclimatology, irrigation and water management, and you have contributed extensively to climate resilient agriculture and disaster preparedness and international water advocacy. That included also the Women for Water Partnership and World Water Forums. So you have a PhD in agroclimatology, and you have led many research which bridges agricultural engineering with climate adaptation strategies. So based on what you heard today, and with your deep expertise in agricultural water management, so can you share with us some of your experiences with how irrigation and farm water systems can be redesigned to reduce inequalities. For example, smallholder farmers versus industrial agriculture, or upstream farmers versus downstream farmers, and as well as support gender sensitive climate resilient water governance. So this and how we can bring in integrated planning approaches to achieve this. Dr. Navaratne.
Okay, I think I am audible to you. Thank you very much for inviting me here in this international water conference organized by ActionAid Bangladesh. Actually, I am very honored to be here from Sri Lanka. So thank you, Mr. Salihim, if actually, I'm sorry if my pronunciation is wrong.
It's not. Please
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
okay. Thank you. And yeah, in order to redesign water management systems to maintain quality for smallholder farmers, here actually I can talk about it under four interconnected sections like technology that work for smallholders, and the governance structures that include women and marginalized farmers, then rights and access reform, and climate adaptation and social justice actually. When I talk about in detail technology that work for smallholders like micro irrigation systems, then rainwater harvesting like farm ponds, check dams, and small that means household water storing tanks like rainwater harvesting, those things. And again, climate smart technologies like deficit irrigation in agriculture. We have deficit irrigation there, and mulching, so we can reduce water evaporation there, like that. And when we come to second one, the governance structure that include women and marginalized farmers, they are actually here we have to consider that women and smallholders in water committees, actually not only water but of all health and water committees, it consider as the mandatory their representation, and meeting times and formats accessible for women, especially because they have to look after household activities, including children and day-to-day work and all these things. Then the meeting times should be managed considering their activities too, and transparent allocation rules like protect basic livelihood needs before commercial crops here. And when it comes to right and access reform, here secure water rights for women farmers, especially including joint tilting. That means actually we have to give same power that has been given to men to the women too. That is very important here to keep the equitability. Then progressive pricing that subsidies smallholder use while regulating large-scale attraction, and licensing and monitoring and industrial water use and prevent resource capture. Then when it comes to climate adaptation and social justice, here we can have early warning systems that reach women farmers through appropriate channels, and drought protocols developed with community input and protect vulnerable users, and ecosystem-based approaches or nature-based solutions like watershed restoration and provide multiple benefits. These things we have to be considered there. We have to consider all these things there. Then actually when we talk about finally here, the technical solutions alone won't work. So we have to install best that means actually we have to install best irrigation systems, but if women can't access credit or marginalized farmers can't access credit to buy it, or if water allocation favors upstream industrial users, or if maintenance require skills women aren't trained in, the technology becomes another barrier rather than a solution. So we have to work together, getting all those four sections together, interlinking like that. Okay, I suppose my answer is enough for you. here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think you have provided some, for us some classic examples of how we can ensure equity, while allocating water to different segments, in agriculture, different, among different uses, how we can do that, with a particular focus on the gendered needs, of course, gendered and marginalized, the needs for the women and marginalized groups. So one particular, observation of mine will be on, women's inclusion and health and water committee, but we also know that just mere participation in committees may not work. Nabila Kabir's theory of women empowerment. So to what extent they can exercise, their views, and translate their views in decision making, that will become an important thing, right? So thank you again. So I think we are now. I mean, we are done with all the presentations and panel discussions, and I'd like to ask the organizers whether we have time for question and answers. So I see that. So there have been some very interesting questions that have been put in the chat box by the participants. So do we have enough time for that?
There are two specific questions, Dr. Saleh, to Dr. Imtiaz. We will entertain them now, and then we will take the other questions at the end of the whole session, after thematic session 2.
Okay.
So,
Great.
So the specific question. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 specific questions are there for Professor Imtiaz Ahmed. The first one is, can we plant trees along the river bank and divert the river in a way that increases its water retention capacity? So that, to me, that's a technical question. Of course, you can answer. But the second one is, how can this reimagined, justice-centered understanding of water be translated into concrete national and local governance reforms that genuinely shift power toward vulnerable communities rather than remaining at the level of ideas and narratives? And I think the third one, I think this second question and the third one you can answer. Could you enlighten us about the challenges our transboundary rivers are facing at present? Very briefly, though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the first question, the answer is very simple. Good suggestion. You just need to implement as a pilot project and see whether it can be done or not. So, but I have always argued that planting trees should be part of the curriculum, part of the school curriculum, college curriculum, and at the tertiary level. Planting trees, if we can make that a part of the curriculum, then I think, the mindset will also change. And that is possible. It's definitely possible to make it a part of curriculum. And the child which grows from school to college to university can also see whether the tree that she or he planted are still alive or not. So I think planting trees is one thing that I would recommend to make it mainstream, and of course to make it part of a curriculum. On the second question, it's an issue of innovation. Whether you can have technologies to do that. The vulnerable communities sometimes can change. I have a good example. I was just looking at some of the innovations, particularly people who can't walk. There is now technology for them to walk, actually, literally. We will not need the wheelchair. Wheelchair will be outdated very soon. This is an interesting innovation, and innovators, mainly these Chinese innovators, and they are confident that in next 10 years, this technology will make a major difference to the physically challenged people, particularly those who can't work. I have given that news to our, the organizations that work, and I'm sure some of you would know Mr. Saptar Dulal, and he has also responded to it. It's important to look into the technology or such technologies wherever they are and see whether they can be, transformed and made more indigenous and more affordable to Bangladesh. So innovation would be one. The final question on the transboundary rivers, one has to be very specific in our case because there's one issue of the Ganges, which has moved, if you are familiar with hydrologist Colin Rudra's work, the Ganges has moved away from the Farakka barrage to the point that the barrage is not making much sense. And the flood that takes place actually also affects the people of India as much as it affects the people of Bangladesh. So, we need more communication with the grassroots level, particularly on the Ganges, revisit the Ganges, agreement, which is coming as all of you know. So that will be one. On the Tista, it's a different issue because I've always argued that as you know, it got stuck a little bit. Bangladesh has approached to China, but whether China at the end would be willing to put that much funds if there is animosity on the part of India, given the geopolitical context now. The way out is to have a consortium or let China, India, and Bangladesh, three countries, and make a difference to the world. And that is also possible because, China and India are working together, particularly after Donald Trump's, very hardline approach to India. So I think, there are windows of opportunity which we should tap into. So I believe, the possibilities are there for the Tista solutions, but we have to wait for the elected government because it takes a longer time. And I'm sure the elected government will take it very seriously to resolve the Tista issue in favor of Bangladesh people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed. I think we have come to the end of our session, but before closing the session, as a moderator of the session, I'd just like to give one or two of my own observations about the Transvaal River, the Tista, and everything. Have worked with Joint River Commission the past 10, 12 years in different capacities. And I did, share this observation of mine for several years. My observation, or rather reservation, about the Tista Mahaprakalpo, the way it has been designed. You need to understand the hydromorphology of the river systems, how Jamuna or Tista rivers behave. So, and the details of the designs were not shared. So with the people. So before. First we need to come to a consensus that this is a feasible project. So that is, that will be my, my observation as a hydrologist and also as someone involved in the process for quite some time. So this is one thing. The other important question was, I think, that the theme that we have delved into, today, how the second question reflects that, like local governance reforms, how we can I mean, by going through that system, that we can shift the power or give, when I empower the local governance, the institutions, uh, institutional governance at the local level, how we can empower them. So in a country like Bangladesh, where we have mostly implemented plans and policies, policies based on sectoral, priorities, and we have been trying to go from sectoral to multi-sectoral, but that is not enough. As far as governance is concerned, as far as trying to understand who benefits. So from all these strategies at the national levels, and then how local priorities, local views are translated into these, multi-sectoral strategies or, the plans or programs. Unless we do that, and that has been missing, of course, in the Bangladesh Delta Plan, and also National Adaptation Plan. So this very question, who benefits, who is the most vulnerable, and how their priorities from different locations are reflected in the plans and policies. So this is very important if we want to ensure, water governance and justice. So with that, I'd like to end this thematic session number 1. Thank you again, Professor Imtiaz Ahmed, our keynote presenter, our presenters, the other 4 presenters, our 2 discussants. Thank you for your wonderful, insights. And with that, I close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Salihin, for moderating this session and for sharing your insights. Moving forward, we would like to address that we are running behind a little scheduled time for the conference. However, since it was a knowledge sharing exchange, we don't want to put a bar on knowledge sharing. So there is a mention of plethora of knowledge being shared in the chat box. So without further ado, in the next segment, we will have more knowledge sharing session. So we would like to invite for the next thematic session, which is titled Urban Water Systems and Water Futures, which examines how flood risk, nature-based solutions, river restoration, and urban planning intersect in shaping resilient and inclusive water futures. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Farhad Reza, President, Build Bangladesh, to kindly take the floor as moderator. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Farapa, and it's an honor that I am with the same stage with Professor Imtiaz. Imtiaz bhai, it's good to see you after a long time. And yes, the session was so interesting that I would not cut them down for any reason. So now this session, I would also request all our speakers and discussants to be on time so that we can have the knowledge, but at the same time, we can share more knowledge. It's urban water system and water features. Our thematic session is Water Futures, Reimagining Urban Water System. I mean, what we have heard today, that water is not just what flows through our pipes. It is what flows through our lives, through our cities, through our shared future. Every urban street, household, and community is connected by water, whether we recognize it or not. Today's discussion invites us to look beyond infrastructure and scarcity and instead see water as a unifying force for justice, resilience, and sustainability. As we gather, let us bring courage to question old systems. We already did it at today's different session. Imagination to envision better ones, and a shared commitment to ensure that our water futures serve people, planet, and prosperity for generations yet to come. Urban water systems are at the front line of climate change, rapid urbanization, inequality, and ecological stress. Water futures must move beyond supply-focused engineering toward integrated, inclusive, and adaptive governance that ensures water security, equity, resilience, and ecological health for present and future generations. With that note, I will invite our first speakers, who I'm very proud that they're from my own university, from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. They all are undergraduate students, level 3, term 2. And I would again request all of you to be within the 10 minutes time that you have. So I would like to invite Mantaha Kabir, Khandakar Rahma Amin, and also Nusrat Sultana from Bangladesh University of Technology. Over to you guys.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. So due to network issue, we're turning off the video for now, and we will again turn it on after our presentation is done. So our topic is reimagining urban water futures under flood risk in Feni district. A special analysis for sustainable management using nature-based solutions. Next. So Feni district is situated in southeastern Bangladesh, which is prone to flooding because of its low-lying land closest to rivers and heavy monsoon rain. Also, human activities like changes in land, inadequate drainage system make the situation worse. Next. So the combination of these natural and human factors highlights the need for effective flood management strategies in the area. Next. So to find out the flood risk, we have first we mapped a flood risk map taking 4 factors into consideration. They are elevation, slope, land use, land cover, and proximity to streams and canals. Next. So first up, we use the elevation, merging 2 digital elevation models, and we counted the 3 meters or at or below 3 meters elevation as the most flood prone areas. And then we prepared a classified elevation of any district. Next. Then for slope, we derived the BEM of Feni district. And as Feni is a primarily low-lying land, the areas with flat slope 0 degree to 5 degree are considered more prone to flooding, and the rest is considered low flood risk zones. Next. For proximity to streams and channels, we use hydrological analysis and applied Euclidean distance on the stream order raster. Then from this, we found out 5 classes of flood risk, and then we classified 0 to 1 kilometer proximity as the more susceptible to flood zones. Next. So for land use and land cover, we categorize 5 types of land use and cover, where cropland and vegetation are have high infiltration rate, so they are considered as low flood risk zones. And built-up and open areas increase the runoff and flood risk, so they are considered as high and very high flood risk zones. And outer bodies are also highly flood prone. Next, after taking these factors, we have put some weights by literature review, and then after weighted overlay, we found the flood risk map of Feni district. Next, we can see that the 71.83% of Feni district is moderately situated in the risk zones, and there are some areas that fall under the high risk zones. Next. Then for shelter location planning, we took 3 factors into consideration, that are flood risk, where there is very low and low risk zones, we have to take the shelters there. And for population support, very high population density and high to medium population density is taken into consideration. And the shelters have to be within 500-meter buffer from the major roads. Then next. Next, we can see that the flood risk map, from the flood risk map, the high and moderately high risk zones are taken. Next, the population density map, the highly populated areas are taken because we have to take their shelters first. Then next, for the road, we have taken 500-meter proximity locations because those areas will be considered for shelter planning. The next slide, please. Then after special joining and joining type setting to intersect, we have analyzed the suitability for shelter location planning. Next. Suitable shelters have been found and then cross-checked using Google Earth Pro and various data. Next. Next slide, please. Then we have found 3 shelters. These 3 shelters are placed in 3 different upajilas with highest population density, and all of them are close proximity to roads, and all of them have high vegetation nearby, which indicates high infiltration rate. Next. Next up for road, we have proposed some road network evaluation. So for this, we took some incident point from the flood risk zones. Next, we can see that there are some zones which do not have proximity to the shelters. Next, and there are some and also some high-risk zones don't have access to the proper shelters, and some high-risk zones fall in between the evacuation routes to the shelters. So by road evaluation, we propose some bypass routes, and we produce a network database. And next, well, here we can see that map is showing bypass evacuation routes for high flood risk zones. Next. Next. Here the map is showing the specific bypass routes. We can see that 2 bypass routes have been proposed for better and quick evacuation for long-term adaptation strategy. Next. Assalamualaikum, this is Khondaka Ruha Mami, and I will be presenting the recommendations for our flood mitigation in Feni district. So Feni is highly vulnerable to flooding due to its low-lying geography, proximity to rivers, and inadequate drainage systems. Human activities like land use changes have made this situation worse. To address these challenges, we propose a mix of nature-based solutions, structural measures, and green interventions. Nature-based solutions work with nature rather than against it. They help restore natural drainage, retain water, reduce runoff, and improve water quality. NBS are cost-effective, sustainable, and community-friendly, making them ideal for Feni's flood-prone areas. Next. Next slide, please. To reduce the flood impacts, we propose some flood mitigation strategies. We propose elevated key roads to maintain mobility during floods. We propose seepage barriers and reinforced embankments to protect settlements. We propose protective barriers for critical infrastructure to reduce damage. And we also propose temporary water storage areas to delay runoff and recharge groundwater. And we also propose improved drainage to prevent reverse flows to low-lying areas. Next, please. Now, we also propose some strategies to manage rising water levels. We recommend retreating the floodplain to increase the buffer space for natural water expansion. We also recommend flood-proof structure, which will use waterproof materials and wet or dry floodproofing methods. We also recommend building levees and embankments, which will reduce overflow risk during peak monsoon events. We also want to restore the floodplain nature, which will enhance the water absorption, ecological resilience, and flood flow regulation. Next, please. We also recommend green buffer for flood mitigation. This increases the infiltration and reduces surface runoff during heavy rainfall. This also helps to break water velocity, reducing erosion and peak flood heights. This also acts as sponges, retaining water temporarily, releasing it slowly, and it also creates a shift between river or canals and settlements, reducing inundation risk. This also improves the biodiversity and provides habitat for birds, fish, and pollinators, strengthening ecosystem services. Next. Next, we compare the before and after situation of applying NBS. So after providing NBS, we can see the soft edge landscape, setting levees back, and green buffer zone, green roofs, active water farm. We can improve the connectivity between the people of living there, but the existing situation was that the natural floodplain was encroached and there were very hard and steep embankments. But we were able to build the nature properly. Next. Next, please. We recommend bioswale and roadside plantation interventions, which will filter stormwater runoff before entering canals, which will also reduce peak flow and improve groundwater recharge, which will also provide shade, reduce heat island effect, which will also support the urban biodiversity through cost. Next. We also recommend floating island, which improves the water quality by absorbing nutrients and pollutants, which will also provide habitat for fish, birds, and aquatic organisms, which will also stabilize the canal edges and reduce erosion, which will also enhance aesthetic values of urban waterways, and which will also help to restore ecological balance in degraded channels. Next, please. Now we will discuss the co-benefits and functions of the NBS approaches that we mentioned before. The co-benefits of these NBS approaches are: we can restore the biodiversity, we can create tourism and recreation, we can improve the human health, we can also get some resource production, and we can surely reduce the riverine flood risk. And the functions are: we can regulate the pluvial flood, water pollution, soil pollution, air pollution, and side by side we can also
help to reduce riverbank erosion. Now, in the conclusion, we can say that, next please, the future steps of Feni district requires combination of structural and non-structural mitigation strategies. By embracing nature-based solutions, we can restore nature's systems, reduce flood risks, and ensure a sustainable future. As we move forward, we must continue to collaborate on designing and implementing these strategies, working with nature to protect vulnerable communities and infrastructuring from the increasing threats posed by flooding. Here is the assumptions, limitations, and data sources. Next, please. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Reimagining urban water futures under flood risk in Feni. We saw a lot of geographic information system maps overlaid, and we found some solutions, some residential area which can be designed properly for people, by the people, of the people. So it's a fantastic presentation. We'll take the question at the later part of the presentation. Now, probably all these urban water challenges. I mean, cities like Feni even faces converging risk, water scarcity, flooding, as we have seen, aging infrastructure, pollution, informal settlements without safe water, rising energy cost, or climate-induced extremes. Traditional centralized systems are often inequitable, carbon-intensive, and inflexible, leaving vulnerable communities most exposed. And from control to stewardship, silos to systems, and user to co-governors. Our next speaker is Dr. Yang Wei, Director, Confucius Institute, Dhaka University. Dr. Yang Wei is a director, as I've mentioned, Confucius Institute of University of Dhaka, promoting Chinese language, education, and cultural exchange, a PhD holder in international relations with a focus on African studies. She previously served as Deputy Director of the Center for African Studies at Yunnan University. Her work preaches academic research and cultural diplomacy, fostering people-to-people ties through educational partnership and scholarly initiative. So I'll hand over to Dr. Wei for her presentation. Dr. Wei.
Thank you so much, Professor. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My presentation title is The Governance of a Lake Reflects the Governance of a City, Lessons from Dianchi Lake for Urban Water Management. So today I want to invite you to look at urban water management through the lens of a single lake, Dianchi Lake, known as the Mother Lake of Kunming. Kunming is the capital city of Yunnan Province, China. So actually, I'm not an expert in water management. However, as someone who was born and grew up in Yunnan and has lived in Kunming for over 20 years, I have personally witnessed the challenge journey and remarkable changes in the governance of Dianchi Lake. So I would like to share this story to you, not from a technical perspective, but rather through the lens of environmental governance and the transformation of urban development. You know, Dianchi is the largest freshwater lake in Yunnan and the southwest of China. For centuries, this vast freshwater lake was the heart of the region, a source of water, a climate regulator, a hub of biodiversity, and a cultural treasure. But by the 1990s, this plateau pearl had become a national symbol of ecological crisis. Its water quality deteriorated to the worst grade, inferior to class 5. Vast algae blooms covered its surface, You can see the picture on the left side, right side, and its ecosystem nearly collapsed. So why focus on Dianchi today? Because its story transcends environmental cleanup. It is a powerful story about urban governance and the choices cities make. The lake's thickness was a direct symptom of how the city around it grew. And its long, complex journey toward recovery offers us a lesson in addressing the interconnected water challenge that cities worldwide face. By understanding Dianchi, we understand a fundamental truth. How a city manages its water determines its long-term health, resilience, and livability. Now let's move to the first part. Second part, yes. Diagnosing the crisis. So Dianchi's problem were not an accident. We can summarize it as a triple overload. We can back to the previous slides. First one is overwhelming urban pressure. As Kunming expanded explosively, its population, industries, and untreated wastewater all poured into the lake. Essentially, the lake became the city's wastewater pond, especially in the 1970s. The campaign of the land reclamation from the lake reduced Dianchi Lake's area by 23.3 square kilometers, severely damaging its ecosystem. The population of Kunming's urban area has grown from less than 1 million in the 1980s to over 8 million today. The increase in the population of the Dianchi Lake Basin is closely related to the changes in water quality. Please go to the next slide. Yes, you can see the right side picture. As shown in the picture, when the population surpassed 2 million, the entire water body lost its ability to self-regulate and purify, leading to water quality deteriorating to inferior to class 5. Today, the population pressure in Dianchi Lake Basin continues to grow. So the third one is, the second one is fragmented governance. Early efforts focused narrowly on treating the lake water. They neglected the 35 rivers flowing into it and the wide watershed. Different government departments worked in, separately without coordination. It was a piecemeal approach. The next one is mismatched development model. The city's economic planning was mismatched from its ecological reality. Pollution-intensive industries were sited on the lakeshore. Intensive agriculture in the watershed leached fertilizers and pesticides. The city's development pushed far beyond what the lake natural system could absorb. So in short, Dianchi's pollution was not just a water problem. It was a direct result of an unbalanced urban development mode. Now let's move to next part. Yes. So after 2,000 years, particularly since the 11th five-year plan period, China designated the Dianchi Lake as a key target in the Three Rivers and Three Lakes Governance Initiative, with an investment over 60 billion yuan. The approach has gradually shifted toward integrated management paths that emphasize basin-wide coordination, source control, ecological restoration, and institutional synergy. Because of the time limitation, so I briefly summarize its experience into 4 aspects. So first one, from end of pipe to watershed system management, or we can see from treating the symptom to fueling the system. Authorities stopped looking just at the lake and started managing the entire watershed. They targeted all 35 inflow rivers, targeting interceptions, treatment, and ecological restoration. They launched the 6 major projects, a holistic strategy including interception of pollution, treatment of wastewater, restoration of rivers, control of agricultural runoff, ecological rehabilitations, and water replenishment from other basins. Second one is deep adjustments of urban space. This was dramatic. Since 2008, the Kunming municipal government has implemented the ecological construction initiative. That is 4 withdrawal, 3 restorations, and 1 protection. We can explain it as withdrawing ponds, farmlands, buildings, and human activities, restoring forests, wetlands, lakes, and protecting water resources. As a result, the vegetation coverage rate of the wetlands around Dianchi Lake has increased from about 30% in 2007 to over 80% today. They built an ecological barrier zone, creating a buffer between the city and the lake. The third one is institutional capacity building. They created a powerful unified Dianchi management authority to cut through bureaucratic fragmentation. They implemented the river lake chief system, making local leaders personally accountable for water quality, which was even tied to their performance evaluations. The fourth one is long-term commitment. We can see 2 words very important. One is patience and persistence. Crucially, everyone accepted that restoring a dying lake is a work of generation, not a political term. Investments spanned decades, totaling tens of billions of dollars. This commitment acknowledged a hard truth. Ecosystem recovery cannot be rushed. So let's move to the next part. Next slide, please. So lessons for urban water management. So what does Dianchi's hard-won experience teach us about urban water management? Let me summarize it with 4 key points. First one is systematic approach. You cannot manage water parcel by parcel. The watershed is the only logical unit for governance. Cities must integratedly plan the links between water, land use, industry, transportation, and population. Second one is front-end governance is superior to end remediation. It is infinitely more effective and cheaper to prevent pollution at its source than to perpetually clean it up at the end of the pipe. Investments in good zoning, green infrastructure, and source separation pay massive dividends later. Third one is institutions are more critical than technology. While technology is crucial and transferable, The software of governance is often the limiting factor. The most critical ingredients are clear accountability. Like just now I mentioned the Lake Chief system, a mechanism for cross-sector coordination and the long-term performance metrics. Last one is a shift in development philosophy is fundamental. The most powerful, the most profound lesson is a shift in mindset. A city is not built next to water body. It is an intrinsic part of a living water system. Urban development must be guided by the principles of the system, its capacity, and its need for space. This is the essence of ecological civilization. So to make a conclusion, dangerous management is going on, but the path is now clear. It teaches us that urban water management is not merely an environmental issue. It is a crucial component of modern urban governance. The restoration of Dianchi is more than an ecological recovery. It represents a profound rethinking of how a city should develop. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The subject matter is so relevant to this session. As you have pointed out correctly, that it's not a water problem, it's an urban design, urban planning issue that I have just pointed out few things, which is obviously fragmented governance, mismatched development planning, institutions capacity building, long-term commitment. I mean, it's really an urban water management issue that we are talking about. Thank you very much. And if we have questions, we will come back with the questions. Now, with that, one thing that Dr. Hui mentioned about restoration. So if we are reimagining the water governance, which we all are thinking that this is not a very technical session, we are talking about the holistic nature of water management, just and sustainable water features required governance that is inclusive, which recognizing water as a human right. Number two, I use polycentric, which is coordination across probably national, regional, city, and community levels, and also the professional institutes. Number three, nature positive, working with ecosystem, not against them. But the fourth one is very important, which we have seen in few other presentations the last session. It's data informed and transparent, enabling accountability and trust. And finally, intergenerational, embedding the voice of youth and future citizens. And we do have a future citizen and an activist and a leader with us, which again, I will allow 10 minutes to Nazifa Ishrat Tasneem. Is a third-year student pursuing BSc in Civil Engineering at the University of Asia Pacific. She is originally from a district called Rangpur. She has participated in several research posters and project competition at her university and recently won first prize this semester. Congratulations, Nazifa. Last year, she also took part in the ICD-DRB and her university poster competition, which deepened her interest in research and innovation. She enjoys exploring new ideas, learning new skills, and engaging in studies that promote sustainable and practical solution. Curiosity and creativity drive her approach to learning and research. So this is our future. Nazifa Ishrat Tasneem. I'm handing over the microphone to you, but for 10 minutes. Thank you, Nazifa.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible and my video is showing?
You are. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nazifa Ishrat Tasneem from Civil Engineering, University of Asia Pacific. I'm an individual team and my topic is eco-restoration of the Buriganga River. Next slide, please. Moving to next slide.
Nazifa, can you be a little bit louder? A lot of people cannot hear you, or just come closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Here we can see the abstract. As we know that Buriganga River, once the lifeline of Dhaka, is now one of the most polluted rivers in Bangladesh. And here we can see the pie chart. In the pie chart we have seen that industrial effluent is almost 60% and household sewage almost 30%, and 10% plastic and textile waste contaminants in the Buriganga River. And this is toxic. These microplastic and toxic chemicals threaten aquatic life, disrupt ecosystems, and pose a severe health risk to humans. So that Team Greenora introduced an innovative eco-solution integrating bamboo berries, solar filtration, biofiltration, recycling, and biodegradable alternatives, and digital monitoring designed to clean, restore, and protect the Buriganga sustainability. Moving to next slide. Here are the objectives. Promote recycling, prevent plastic, textile, industrial waste from entering Buriganga. Applying eco-friendly engineering for the purification. Here in the picture also we can see the purification system, how it will do, and replace single-use plastics with biodegradable jute-based alternatives, create employment, awareness, introduce digital app, and achieve measurable progress toward SDG 6, 12, and 13. Moving to next slide. Here we can see the map of project location. Our project location is Buriganga River. It approximately 27 kilometer length and average wide 400 to 700 meters. And flow path originates near Dhaka Savar region, flows past Kamrungichor, Hazaribagh, Sodorghat, Lalbagh, and joins the Dholeshwari River near Narayanganj. Moving to next slide. Our implementation plan is fast planning the survey, partnership agreements, and procurement, manufacture bamboo berries, order solar filter plant, installation along river stretch, then recycling the 9 center upcycling plastic waste and textile waste, then community awareness through Greenora app and educational programs, and lastly monitoring, monthly maintenance. Moving to next slide.
Miss Tasneem, could you be a bit louder so everybody can hear you?
Okay, sure. Here you can see the methodology. Floating bamboo berries for intercept solid waste, and solar floating filters for microplastic removal. We will use 15-meter berries, 27 kilometer to trap floating debris for bamboo berries, and solar floating filters, 54 solar powered filter oil for microplastic removal. Then biofiltration pot, natural purification almost 900, recycling and upcycling. We will use the plastics and recycle it for convert it to eco bricks, furniture, and yarn. And next, jute bags initiative. We will make biodegradable bags to replace poly bags, and digital app, real-time tracking, awareness and education, public involvement, school and factory campaign, waste segregation. Moving to next slide. Here is the budget breakdown of infrastructure and installation cost. Installation cost of bamboo berries and waste berries, solar powered floating filters 54 unit, biofiltration pod of 900 pod, and anchoring and support hardware, all cost 1 crore 17 lakh BDT. Moving to next slide. Here you can see the pictures of some solar floating filters, what we can use in our project, and also we can use floating waste berries, how it will collect the waste in the water in Buriganga. And here you can see also the solar floating filters, how it works. An aerator will be in the water and solar panel would be in the ground. Moving to next slide. Here we can also see the biofiltration pod we will need, and floating waste berries we will need, and our aim from make waste Buriganga to clean Buriganga. Moving to next slide. Here is the waste reduction and recycling system budget breakdown, and the budget of jute-based biodegradable bags, textile waste recycle. The recycled textile would be convert from filler, yarn, insulation, plastic upcycling unit, eco brick, paving blocks, and furniture. And collection bins would be 135 bins, and this total cost 25,65,000 BDT. Moving to next slide. Here how the process will go on. Cotton from plastic bottle, and this plastic would make mattress. From this cotton plastic would make mattress, and from plastic to pavement block, also plastic tiles, and we will make plastic pavement blocks, and plastic yarn, jute bag, and lastly for alternating plastics we will use biodegradable bags. Moving to next slide. Here is the loop how this circle will be work. Also we will use textile waste cloth to yarn and thread. Moving to next slide. Here is the budget of digital awareness programs through an app. The app will be Greenora, as it is a green solution for Buriganga River, and the budget will be a digital monitoring app. We will need a monitoring app and hosting, maintenance, awareness campaign and workshops, poster, school session, training, and all these costs will be almost 15,30,000 BDT. Moving to next slide. Here is the labor, transportation and maintenance cost breakdown. We will need almost 180 worker for 8 weeks, skilled labor for the installation, supervisors, boat and transport, and maintenance and cleaning for almost 1 year or 12 months, and this would cost 93,60,000 BDT almost. Moving to next slide. Here is the summary of total estimated budget. Infrastructure and filters will cost 1,70,000 BTT. Waste and recycling system would also cost 25,65,000. Digital and awareness, it would cost 15,30,000. Labor and transport maintenance would cost 93,60,000, and contingency 35,43,750 BTT, and it would be total 2,71,68,750 BTT, and this is for 27 kilometer total Buriganga budget summary, and the timeline would be phase 1 to 5, and this would be phase 1 to 2 months, 7, 13, 16, and at last to last 5 planning, procurement, installation, community launch, and lastly monitoring. Moving to next slide. Our expected outcome would be 80% reduction in plastic and textile waste entering the Buriganga, and creating job through the waste recycling, plastic and textile waste, 200 sustainable green jobs, and we will replace 900 biopod, 50 for solar filter continuously purifying water, and revive aquatic life. Fish biodiversity, it would be 40% in 2 years, and 9 new recycling center will be established for 27 kilometer stretch. Direct contribution for SDGs 6, 12 and 13. Public awareness would be almost 15,000 plus residents trained in waste segregation, and this model project can be replication in other Bangladeshi rivers like Shitolokha and Turag. Moving to next slide. Our long-term sustainability plan would be for the funding eco-brick and jute bag sales. Also partnership with DSCC factories and NGO for cost sharing, community-owned waste collection system and app-based data sharing to maintain the transparency. Maintenance cost reduce yearly as pollution decreases. Moving to next slide. In the conclusion, we can say that the Buriganga River once gave life to Dhaka, but today it desperately needs to be healed. Team Greenora believes that change begins with responsibility, from industries to individuals. Our eco solution combines natural methods like bamboo berries and biofiltration with modern tools such as solar purification and digital monitoring. By promoting recycling, reusing materials, and replacing plastics with biodegradable alternatives, we aim to stop pollution at its source with collective effort and sustainable innovation. We can restore the Buriganga's beauty and bring back the lifeline of Dhaka for generations to come. Moving to next slide. Here is the references we have collected, the research data. And moving to next slide. This is all about the presentation. Thank you everyone for hearing and giving me the valuable time.
Thank you very much, Nazifa, for a wonderful presentation. And we all love Buriganga. There's no doubt about it. I mean, what you have mentioned about planning, procurement, and then implementation, recycling, community awareness, and monitoring. And the interesting bit was the budget bit, that you have actually did a budget breakdown, the timeline 17 to 28 months. But one thing that probably would make the case much stronger if you have added on your expected outcomes, and the other one was a long-term sustainability. If you could put a BDT figure, Bangladeshi Taka figure, that by doing this, how much will be saving, not only from money, but also people's livelihood and things like that, that would make this case much stronger. But thank you very much for this presentation. Now we are going to move to our two discussion session, and the action points for any stakeholder group who are dealing with water. Obviously, we believe that number one, all levels of government should be involved. Civil society, NGO, and private sector should play an active role. And as we are aware now, after all these presentations, that households and communities will play a much stronger role, particularly the younger generation, students, youths, leaders, and innovators. They will certainly play a very important role. So today, we do have two discussants with us. The first one, Dr. Emma Perillo, is a sociologist, professor emeritus at Ateneo de Manila University and science research fellow at the Manila Observatory, specializing in urban resilience and climate change adaptation. She leads the Coastal Cities at Risk in the Philippines project and serves as the lead author for the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Cities. Dr. Perillo also co-directs the MDRR area, and also she advises Climate Change Commission and focuses on social vulnerability, gender, and food, energy, water nexus. Dr. Perillo, thanks for joining us. One question that came to our mind, I'll just hand over to you after this question, that your work on climate vulnerability and urban resilience highlights how socioeconomic inequalities shape risk. How do informal settlement challenge conventional models of urban water planning, and what do truly justice-centered urban water systems look like? Over to you, Dr. Perillo.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the lively invitation to participate in your conference. I'm so sorry, I'm very sick because I just came from the IPCC meeting in Oslo, minus 18 degrees. So my tropical body was shocked. And then I had to come back with colds, then back to hot weather again. So thank you. I would like to locate my response to the excellent presentations in the context of climate and disaster risk, gender vulnerability, water security, justice, social inclusion, and governance, insights from the Philippines. The IPCC report summary for policymakers 22 said that climate change have increased poverty levels, widening inequality, and creating new vulnerabilities, especially among the most exposed, vulnerable nations like Philippines and Bangladesh, and populations like women, children, elderly, PWDs, and LGBTQ+. We always say the twin crisis of our time, climate and social inequality, has exacerbated the COVID-19 pandemic and intensifying among those already marginalized and disadvantaged communities. In fact, extreme weather events is a new normal. Either you have too much water, you have flooding, or too little, you have drought. And it has led to, climate refugees and migration and, conflict and violence. So you can see here the Philippines is very top the #1 world risk report. And it's because we have high vulnerability and lack and coping capacities and adaptive capacities. My main argument always is that development increases climate and disaster risks, as well as the impact to already exposed and vulnerable communities, social and physical infrastructures, economy, livelihoods, and associated economic systems. And this pose challenges to community resilience in providing opportunities for building sustainable investments towards growth and inclusion, especially of vulnerable groups. You can see here in my picture, this is Laguna Lake, the largest freshwater lake in Asia, which was really literally sunk during the Ondoy and Ketsana and also recently. So I would like to say that, when you talk about water security and governance, you really have to look at risk-informed policy response to development, investments, and governance. You have to have the right data ecosystems for exposure and vulnerability, and there has to be synergies in understanding this climate information, disaster risk information, database on damage and losses from these flooding disasters. In fact, our studies show that for every major flooding, cities lost 5 to 30% of their GDP. And in our survey of national typhoons and losses, the informal households always loses more. So that means it widens. Every major climate event widens the inequality between those better off and those who are disadvantaged. So we must be risk informed in our planning that will inform our risk governance and our risk analytics and risk financing. Okay, I would like this, that we have to consider our understanding of vulnerability, exposure of the poor towards these broader concerns, which I think it's governance, risk governance systems must be able to include not only those who can afford, but those who are highly exposed and must be supported. It is very important that we reframe the problematic of climate, environment, economy, and development, and how we transform cities by understanding gender vulnerability, water security, and justice. The number of disasters have nearly doubled, and so is damage and losses. And for me, in academia and in practice, we have to naturalize the social sciences and socialize and humanize the natural ecosystems so that we can be problem-focused, solutions-driven with a systems lens in addressing gender vulnerability and governance. You can see here that climate and really affect very much income, health, water security, drought, and food scarcity. And in fact, sorry, I would say that sustained poverty eradication is a central goal in sustainable livelihood process and must recognize the human right to water, the justice rights of the poor, and recognize that sustainable and fulfilling lives are critical to breaking the cycle of poverty. So you can see the fuse nexus is very important. And I would say we have to locate our responses to the whole disaster resilience framework for transformation, that we must understand the risk drivers, and we must, to prepare and to prevent and to anticipate, we have to create absorptive and adaptive and transformative capacities in our people, communities, institutions, and governance, which is very challenged in my country. And I know it's also, you have plenty of challenges. So if you look at Metro Manila and the implications for risk governance, you can see, this is my study, the 3 flood basins. And you can see that Metro Manila has 15 million population, daytime is 16 to 18, but we have 25 million population. That means to say that there's around 2 million that move in and out of the city because they cannot find enough housing in the city because it's too expensive. And number one, informality. The informal economy is 45 to 60%, which means to say underground economy is what keeps the city alive, yet government and the private sector hardly provide them the security in terms of universal. And population density is 20,000 per kilometer, but in the informal settlements in Manila, like in Baseco, it can go up to 41,000 per square kilometer. And water security and other severe challenges. So also the urban economic primacy of our capital. 37% of our population, of our GDP is in Manila. So you can imagine if there's a calamity, how it will affect the nation. And we have a very decentralized governance, which creates some problems. And you can see the demand for land values, the land values, the needs of the growing population, economic growth rate is down, investment and services is down, security in housing, jobs, and livelihood is also down. And the net worth of the top 20 Filipino families is about 16 billion, while 70% of the populations subsist on $2 a day. So high inequality really has implications to water secured government. This is the projection about coastal inundation, flooding in Metro Cebu and Metro Manila. You can see half of the city will be coastal inundated. Now, coastal inundation is reaching around half of these red areas. But I want to point out to you sea level rise, which is very important in island economies like the Philippines. You can see how almost 3/4 of the provinces are affected by sea level rise. So that really water security in island economies is very challenged. And you can see this is a map of Metro Manila, what I call the shifting patterns of informality and vulnerability. From 1997, you can see how the city has become browner and redder, and that informal settlements and mixed settlements are dispersed all throughout the city because that is in search of cheap housing and also jobs. And this is our ranking of social vulnerability of 900 communities in Manila. And you can see also the flooding and distance to medical facility or what we call proximity analysis. Now let me go to my, specific really in terms of social vulnerability and of places and the sources of vulnerability of the urban poor. When we talk about intersections of vulnerability, that is place-based, socioeconomic, political, economic based. You can see here that the more environmentally degraded places like river lines, swampy lands, wetlands, clogged waterways, they also have the lowest education, the most vulnerable, having the more housing insecurity, They're mostly migrants, workers, more women households, and they have low access to services and pay more. For example, potable water can cost as much as 100 to 300,000 more in these areas compared to those areas like in Pasig, Marikina, and Camana, which has better environmental services and urban services. This table also shows to you how environmental quality and the dwelling of their places. You will see that those in highly degraded, depressed, muddy, heavily silted wetlands or swampy area have more flooding days, 25 versus 1 or 10 to those who are not flooded. And their housing damage is 47%. And the access to water and other services, electricity, waste collection, footpaths, is highly inadequate. And you can see women-headed households consist most of them. This is a summary of costs and losses of urban poor households by gender due to floods from tropical cyclones. You will see that women-headed households before and during and after always have more losses in terms of school absences of the children, number of sick days, number of work days lost, average income loss, expenses in medicines, losses in appliances, and average monthly income. So, sorry, my studies highlight that gender deep intertwining, when we talk about intersections of vulnerability among the poor, that they are deeply intertwined, the nature of gender, socio-environmental vulnerabilities, social capital, trust networks, and justice, shaping disaster resilience among informal families. Also, the spatial concentration of environmental hazards to environmentally ecologically degraded places like riverlines, coastlines, coupled with entrenched socioeconomic inequalities, creates a landscape of chronic precarity and climate insecurity for the urban poor, especially poor men and women, youth, children, and the elderly. I would like to emphasize that while women in disaster-prone areas face disproportionate impacts from increased loss and other things, heightened exposure to health risks, their capacity to respond is mediated by the strength, inclusion, and quality of social networks, connectedness, and this can be seen in the water cooperatives, saving cooperatives, that's, they're working on strengthening green barriers along river lines and coastal lines. These social capital networks, when well structured and linked to institutions, can significantly enhance women's access to water and other basic services and decision-making spaces, thereby bolstering their adaptive capacities. However, the dark side of social capital, such as exclusionary bonding ties or elite-dominated linking capital, can also reinforce inequality and undermine resilience. To build truly inclusive, risk-informed communities, it is essential to advance gender-responsive governance frameworks that recognize women's leadership, strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships, and embed participatory approaches in resilience and finance planning. Future research must continue to interrogate the nuanced dynamics of social capital and gendered vulnerabilities, ensuring that climate adaptation strategies are not only technically sound, but also socially just and inclusive. How come I'm...
Dr. Purio, I'm just concerned about the time.
This is my last.
If you can summarize.
This is
Yeah,
my
please.
last.
Thank you.
While women's groups were organized and have, this is the major conclusion for my study, that while women's groups were organized and have worked both for CSOs based and national government agencies, law for it displayed that those who work closely within and without displayed higher incomes for resilience and collaborative partnership, higher health status of households, especially those from low income populations who have access to local executives and allied health services, organized groups were able to increase their bridging and social capital with CSOs and local government and increases. So the synthesis really is that the problem is so huge and beyond us, and that only our saving grace is to collaborate in producing science-based, risk-informed, resilience-driven policy and planning and development tools, strategies, and programs to safeguard protection for the most vulnerable population. We urgently need to bridge science policy practice nexus to inform synergistically our initiatives on micro, meso, macro perspectives and finding our own nexus of climate action that is gender sensitive, poor climate action. So I'm arguing for public-private people partnerships. It's only way that we can go and move forward in terms of our climate action. Thank you very much. This is a group I work with. And you can download anything from my website, just acknowledge it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poirier, for your
I will stop
passionate
sharing.
presentation. And
Well,
thanks for your dedication.
that's what I have.
Even if you are sick, you actually presented a fantastic informative
Yeah.
paper. We're just short of time. Otherwise, we would
Yeah,
love to
yeah,
listen
I
more from
understand.
your experience. Now, straight, I will go to our second discussant, Dr.
Okay.
Anika Hawk. Anika is an associate professor at the University of York, specializing in urban climate resilience and social inequality and in global south, which obviously us. A Cambridge PhD and AXA-IM research awardee. She focuses on gendered vulnerability and climate adaptation in low-income urban settlements. Her work bridges architecture and geography, advocating for just and resilient development in climate-stressed cities. Welcome, Dr. Anika Hawk. I do have one question for you, which is your work. Your work explores climate change, adaptation, and urban inequality. How might urban water planning account for everyday structural inequalities, such as power relations between government, utilities, private actors, and communities, and access to service, and climate resilience in future water system? Over to you, Dr. Hawk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reza. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'll try to be very quick. I'm conscious about the time. So as we have heard across both thematic sessions today, there have been an increasing focus on the fact that urban water planning must go beyond engineering rivers and canals to governing them as a socio-political spaces. And I want to reiterate that. To account for everyday structural inequalities while building climate resilience, the focus must shift from a technocratic approach focused on like efficiency and control to a transformative approach, which focuses or which centers around power, justice, and the hydrosocial cycle. So we need to map the hydrosocial cycle, not just the hydrological ones, right? So the traditional planning treats water as a neutral resource moving through pipes or spaces. But as a geographer, I argue that water is hydrosocial, and this has come across through the thematic, both the thematic sessions today. So water as a hydrosocial concept, its flows are directed by laws, social status, and capital, right? So you also mentioned, Mr. Reza, about polycentric governance, right? And I want to reiterate that, we need to decentralize the power nest instead of a single river authority adopting a polycentric governance where community-based canal communities, committees, for example, have some legal standing as national utilities. And this ensures that the lowest level decisions, like the local canal maintenance, are not overruled by the national level development priorities that may favor the elite. We need to replace universalism with pluralism. That's another point I want to reiterate. Again, there is a tendency to impose a single modern water system everywhere, but we must recognize that there is no one share that fits all, right? Such approach can increase or create inequality because it ignores the diverse ways in which people actually live with water. So we need to recognize the vernacular knowledge, like people, those have, like lived experiences, generations of lived experience living with water, right? If you don't recognize and incorporate this vernacular knowledge into the urban water governance, then it may create maladaptation. And we are experiencing this, like shifting vulnerabilities elsewhere or creating negative externalities without acknowledging the context-specific needs and knowledge. I want to also reflect on two of the presentations that we saw during this thematic session. We heard about nature-based solutions. We also heard about solid waste management, right? So we need to understand that, of course, nature-based solutions are great, but these does not or cannot exist in vacuum, right? So if the waterscape isn't managed, the naturescape becomes a pollution scape, right? So we need to co-design nature-based solutions with solid waste management solutions. Otherwise, for example, you restore a wetland, but then if you don't at the same time improve the solid waste management system, this is not sustainable, or it can shift the solid waste management situation somewhere else, creating a problem elsewhere, right? And again, when we talk about nature-based solutions, I want to again highlight about the realities in most of the global cities. For example, in Bangladesh, in Dhaka city, 40% of our population are living in slums and informal settlements, and many of these settlements are in wetlands, in low-lying areas, or even on top of the water bodies, right? So when you're thinking about nature-based solutions, you need to also at the same time think about how to rehabilitate those population who might be evicted for the sake of providing such solutions, right? We need to think about eco-gentrification, like when we combined nature-based solutions with waste cleanup, these may potentially increase the land value. That may mean that there will be, populations, marginalized populations who need to be, move elsewhere. So the eco-gentrification is something that is created, that is a negative externality from a nature-based solution. So we need to think about that holistically. Ad hoc solutions in places won't be sustainable. So we need to take a holistic approach and plan accordingly. So I'll stop here, just highlighting the fact that critical geography promotes socio-technical pluralism, right? So we need to think about the problem holistically, not only in isolation, trying to treat one problem and create another problem elsewhere. I'll stop here, and thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here today.
Thank you, Dr. Haq. Thank you for your, again, another passionate piece of presentation. Of course, the thing that struck me is obviously the terminology hydrosocial cycle. That is fantastic. And as an architect and planner, we do talk about a lot of gentrification, but I don't know how many of us would be very much conscious about eco-gentrification, which is probably a fantastic work that we all can take over. But what you just mentioned and what we have heard today is it's about a call of collective action. I mean, our conversation today reminds us that what we have heard, that future of water will be shaped not by technology alone, but by the values we chose to uphold and the partnership we are willing to build. Just and sustainable water futures demand leadership at every level. We have heard today governments that enable, communities that steward, households that care, and young people who dare to lead differently. Let us leave this discussion inspired and not only to think differently about water, but to act differently, transforming intention into collaboration and vision into lasting impact. We heard about long-lasting solution, nothing ad hoc. The future is still being written, and together we hold the responsibility and the hope to ensure it flows fairly for all. But what we have heard from this session, if we are trying to look ahead, urban water futures will define the livability, equity, and resilience of cities. Reimagined governance rooted in justice, participation, innovation, and care for nature can transform water from a source of risk into a foundation for shared prosperity. The choice is obviously collective, the responsibility is shared. The future is water, water, water. With that, I'm trying to conclude this session, and there could be some questions, and I believe I was instructed to hand over the microphone to Farapa to respond some of these questions. Farapa, over to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After your conclusion and Anika and all the speakers, I'm not sure what I can add, but I do have a few questions from journalists. So I will just refer to them, and then we're running late by half an hour. We're extremely sorry about that. So I just want to acknowledge, I have a question from Shohidul Islam Khokon. He is from Matribhumi Khobor. And I have a question from Moin Mahmood. He is from Financial Post. Now, these two gentlemen have asked about when Water Convention and then also the Dhaka Declaration. Basically, after joining the UN Convention, the practical priorities and structural reforms for Bangladesh government has to be about ensuring transboundary river management. And this is not something that can be done by any one political government. If it's transboundary, it depends on bilateral and multilateral understanding, right? In this way, and then there's got to be river basin management. Would you agree? And transparent data sharing, is that critical? And of course, throughout this morning and afternoon, we have tried to emphasize that it's water sharing, water management is not a techno fix. It's more about the rights of the river, water, and it's about human rights.
Yeah, I just want to add one point. We tried to build something. There is a South Asian university, and the original idea was not materialized, but the idea was to have a faculty of water futures.
Right.
So, because you need to change, the mindset is very important. If the mind is conditioned, if it is too much land-centric, then it's very difficult for that person to suddenly change to a water-centric understanding of things.
Right.
So I think you need to start early on. Of course, school should be one interesting ways to do it. But at the same time, we should not wait for the state or for the government, because it takes longer time for state and governments to react. Because the policymakers are all schooled in a different kind of politics, and they have their own compulsions. You can blame them that why they are not doing this. And so the work, if the state can allow you the freedom to do something else. Just to give you one example that I was referring to, having the plantation of trees as part of the curriculum, that you don't need the state to get in. Even the private schools can start.
And it has happened.
Yeah.
It has happened. Like
and absolutely,
yes,
yeah. Mandatory and marking for it.
Right.
Something of that scale.
Grading and acknowledgement.
So I think, if as I see that a lot of reimagining has already happened throughout. You just have to push the ideas and continue working on it.
And absolutely. And for the part of the question was participation, community representation. I think we have in all the presentation emphasized on it that it is important for participation to take place, whether you are designing a project or you are implementing or you're looking at policy. And again, so not symbolic consultation, not symbolic participation, but really understanding how to plan, how to deal with the changes that's happening. We may have come with solutions that has worked in 50 years ago. It may not be relevant 50 years down the road. So as you say, there is a mind block because we do have techno-fakes, we have engineers talking about dams. Dams may have worked, embankments may have worked, may not work in the present context. So capacity building, mindset changing is important. And at the core of all this has to be a gender responsive planning and understanding. And there was a specific question from Moin Mahmood about the Dhaka Declaration. The Dhaka Declaration was created in 2014 as part of our International Water Conference with the idea to get the conversation going, to make the Kuakata Declaration, the Kuakata Declaration and then the Dhaka Declaration of Water Governance. So we still hold that as dear to us and a kind of a guideline that would help policymakers as well as all of us who are involved in water-related planning, programming, initiatives. So with that, I will end. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Thanks to all the participants and the panelists and Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed for speaking. And thank you very much for all of you who joined. We would love to see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. again. And we hope new people will also be joining us because we particularly designed it that if it starts at 5 p.m. tomorrow, people who are in different time zones may be able to join us. So again, with a call to all of you to join, thank you to the moderators. They are placed in different parts of the world and they joined us. And thank you to my team. I think without the support, this would not have been possible, but we have not ended. Do come again. Do join us tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Afsana.